Good evening, everyone. Today is Tuesday, August 18, 2020, and the regular City Council meeting. Due to COVID-19 pandemic emergency, we have to continue handle our City Council meeting is differently than we usually do due to the safety of our staff and to the safety of public. Now I would like to ask our city manager to give a brief explanation to the public. Mr. Hagland.
Thank you. Good evening. This meeting of the Galt City Council is being conducted by teleconference and video conference in compliance with the state and county stay-at-home orders and as allowed by the governor's executive order N-29-20, which allows for a deviation of teleconference rules required under the Brown Act. Members of the public will see council members and city staff who are appearing by way of remote, video, and telephone connections. City council meetings will be held by teleconference or video conference only until further notice. Today's agenda states that rather than attending in person, residents may submit written public comments via email to pubcom@cityofgalt.org. That is PUBCOM@cityofgalt.org prior to the council meeting. Any written comments that were received will be read out loud during the city council meeting by the city clerk on the appropriate agenda item, subject to the customary 5-minute time limit. We will try to check the email for additional public comments during the meeting if feasible. We are also using a new webinar format that allows the public to provide live public comment using the Zoom webinar feature. Members of the public may use the link to enter the webinar as attendees. They should be able to use the raise your hand option in Zoom webinar to let us know if you would like to speak and should do so when the mayor announces the time for general public comment. We request, as we do at typical in-person council meetings, that speakers provide their name and address when they are called on to speak and their line is unmuted. Attendees should also see a lower hand feature if they change their mind and do not want to speak. If you do not see these features in the Zoom module you are using, it may be that your software is not up to date or because of another technical issue on the user's end. There will be an opportunity after the staff report for the public to provide comment on items that appear on the agenda tonight. Again, attendees via the Zoom webinar will need to raise your hand if you wish to provide live comment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Tina, may I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Lozano,
Here.
Councilmember Farmer,
Here.
Councilmember Campion,
Here.
Councilmember Lamson, here, Mayor Sandu.
Here. Please rise for silent prayer and flag salute. Flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Tina, please read the replay statement, please.
This meeting of the Galt City Council will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel, on the Comcast Consolidated Communications and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed captioned and webcast at www.sat metrocable.tv. Today's meeting will air Friday, August 21st at 9 a.m. and Saturday, August 22nd at 9 a.m. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any library branch.
Thank you. Next agenda item B, council, any agenda item approval, addition, and or deletion. If it's not, the next agenda item C, presentation. We have two presentation. First presentation, City of Galt Emergency Operation Plan, Chief Sockman.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. At the request of council, we are bringing back an overview of our current emergency operations plan. A few tidbits of information about the plan itself, some periodic updates. Emergency operation plan is important for any city to maintain, and specifically using the emergency operation plan for such things as our emergency operation activation when COVID-19 kicked in. I have the distinct pleasure of introducing Sergeant Craig Walton. He's been a member of our department for a number of decades. He has a passion for emergency operations and all the things that are associated with that. So with his passion, I've asked him to prepare this slideshow. And so it gives me great pleasure to introduce Sergeant Walton to do our presentation. Following the presentation, we'll be open for any questions that the council might have. Take it away, Sergeant.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to start off with the fact that I've never done PowerPoint on Zoom, so how do I change slides?
Just ask for the slide to be changed, Craig, and it'll get changed for you. Just say next slide when you're ready.
Perfect. So this is going to be a very brief overview of where the city started. I'm going to give you a little history, merely because where we are now and where we started in 1950 is a huge change. Next slide, please. So in 1950, September 12th, 1950, the city applied for and was certified to be its own disaster council. Why that's important to us today is, as a disaster council, we're allowed to run under the government code our own emergencies. Prior to that, the emergency operations were all ran through the county. They made decisions about what the city could and couldn't do and what resources they would gain or glean during any disaster. City of Galt was small back then, less than 1,400 people. And if you think for a second the county was going to give us any resources when the city of Sacramento was having the same problems, they wouldn't give us anything. So the city applied for and was certified on September 12th, 1950 to be its own disaster council. The city council is actually still, as far as I know, and I can't find any other documentation on it, is still considered to be the disaster council for the city. What's also important about that is, without their guidance, the city council gives us the authority to swear in disaster service workers. And during a disaster, if we want to bring somebody into, let's say we need a front loader operator, we swear them in as a disaster service worker, then state work comp insurance covers them. Without that, the city would be liable for anybody that got hurt during the disaster. Moving forward, the emergency operation plan, the city's actually called a disaster plan, was created in 1952, and it was approximately 2 pages long that said the city manager and the chief of police were in charge during a disaster. It stayed in that position of 2 to 3 pages till 1996 and 1997, where City of Galt became an island for a very short time. It was only a couple of days. We found out that we were greatly delinquent in updating our plan, and the one we had didn't do anything for us. Of course, we didn't understand incident command as we know it today back then. It was updated in 1997 to approximately 6 typed pages, which by today's standards obviously is not a whole lot. It stayed as 6 type pages until September 11th, 2001. It compelled all the disaster councils and all of the emergency operation centers to revisit the emergency operation plans. Next slide, please. In 2005, George W. Bush passed a presidential directive which said all emergency operation centers, state, local, and federal, will comply with NIMS, National Incident Management System. And the state of California passed their own regulation, which required all emergency operation centers to be SIMS, Standardized Emergency Management System, compliant. Which means for the city of Galt, it's highly important to understand the concept that ICS 100-200 is required for almost every city employee. ICS 700 and 800 is for every elected or appointed official within the state of California. Cities and counties who don't meet that are not eligible for reimbursement at the state or federal level, even if it's passed through money. In 2012, we passed a resolution adopting NIMS, National Incident Management Systems, and SIMS to be the standard that we set our emergency operation plan by. The reason we did that is without that resolution, we were not in compliance with the ICS requirements for fund reimbursement. Next slide, please. So the emergency operation plan, as the chief kind of alluded to, it's a plan that's in place in the event that we have a disaster. We already know that there's going to be another emergency or another disaster in the city. Our emergency operation plan since 2012 has been SIMS and NIMS compliant. The layout of the plan is a tabbed format where anyone who has fulfilled the requirements of ICS 100-200 can actually sit down and take a position within our incident command system in the emergency operations center. But again, if you're going to work in the emergency operations center, you're required to have ICS 700. And you would be able to function, although there would be a learning curve, without practicing. There's a learning curve on how the emergency operation plan. It's a quick start guide. If you've never seen it, you open it. If you're in the operations section, you open it to the operations section and it says, this is what you do first. It's well laid out. The format of it is a little behind the time. The information is completely up to date. Next slide, please. So ICS as a whole, SIMS and NIMS, it never really changes. They've made some additions to it, but the actual operations plan itself does change. So keep in mind that ICS 100-200 will always be the standard. The only thing they keep adding is more steps to get where you're going. Our emergency operation plan changes a lot more often, but we don't do it what can be considered very freely because it affects so many people. There's only 3 ways that we make any changes to the emergency operation plan. One is legislative changes in the law. And the example I'll give you is animal sheltering is required now for us as a municipality. We're responsible for care and sheltering of animals in a disaster. We had to add that to the plan several years ago. The taking or giving of a responsibility. Several years ago, the county came forward with a regional plan for cooling centers, warming centers, and like I said, the animal care and sheltering. We also were required to add in 3 years ago, the mass care and sheltering plan, which is also in the plan now. The only other way to make a change in the plan is geographically. So we expanded the city out to Cherokee. Had there been a full functioning hospital in there, we would have had to add to the plan evacuation plans and how the hospital played into the city's emergency operations. Other changes could be if we expanded out to the Cosumnes River, we might have boat patrols, we may have aircraft, we may have all kinds of different things. Those are additions to the plan that already exists. But those are the only 3 ways and the only 3 reasons that we would ever make changes to the plan. So as you can see, and looking at it, it's not something that we do freely. Next slide, please. So the changes, if we decide to make them, I I bypassed, I'm sorry, is part of the problem. If we make changes, it affects multiple, and not just us and Consumers Fire, but it may also affect the way that we do our emergency operations. If we made a small change in the plan, it may affect the way that Consumers Fire interacts with us during a disaster. So those changes are not made often, and they're not made freely, and they're not made by any one person. Several times back when the current plan was being created, I myself and Chief Matthews came before City Council and had to seek recommendations that would have legal ramifications if we did one part of the plan or the other. So it wasn't something we do freely, and we don't continue to this day. The Chief of Police, by resolution back probably 2005, became responsible for the emergency operation plan. It's reviewed annually. It's updated as required or as needed. Like I said, the requirements may be legislative or additions that may because we incorporate more area or more responsibility. This year, the plan was reviewed early on during the COVID-19 interaction. The emergency operation was opened. The plan was reviewed by several of us. It is up to date. There were no required changes to be made legislatively this year, and there were no additions in the region that we could find that needed to be done for the city of Galt. Next slide. We also, as the city of Galt, we subscribe to a software which has become hugely important to us in tracking the emergency operations of the city and how we also get our reimbursement because it keeps records of everything we do. It's a web-based, it's called Web EOC, Emergency Operations Center, and it allows us to communicate with the County Emergency Operations Center, the State Emergency Operations Center. It also, we can invite people, much like Zoom, into our emergency Web EOC, our Emergency Operations Center. So if the city manager is unable to get to the city because we're flooded, he can log in from anywhere and see what's going on in the Emergency Operations Center as far as looking at Web EOC. The things that I find are the most important about that particular software is it also houses part of our emergency operation plan for referral for people who can't be here. But during an emergency, it tracks what we do for reimbursement. And also down the road, if somebody decides that they want to take some action against the city and they say we didn't do something we should have done, neglect or derelict of duty, we can say, yes, we did it here and here's the documentation on it. It also tracks a lot of our time during the COVID-19. It tracked our time for reimbursement. The communications part of it, it's imperative that that we have that to communicate with the County Emergency Operations Center. Otherwise, in days gone by, we had to send somebody up there and sit in the Emergency Operations Center, effectively taking them out of the loop here if we needed them. Next slide, please. So the components that we're actually not up to date on, and I hate to, and I'll put it delicately, is the training is the most essential part of any emergency operation plan. We have not trained on the plan other than at the early stages of COVID-19. We ran through the ICS positions, we ran through the Web EOC, did a refresher training, but the city itself is a little bit behind, several years in my opinion, running exercises and doing directed training towards the emergency operation plan. The last couple of times we've scheduled training, it's fallen by the wayside. Other things that come up, I realize that's important. But the next time we have a true disaster where it affects the city, it will be a disaster because people will walk into the Emergency Operations Center and not really truly understand what they should be doing. And the training in Web EOC, as we found out at the beginning of COVID-19, there are people who hadn't been able to log in before because they're new to the city, they hadn't been added to the system. Without that training, that refresher, it makes it difficult for us to get them online in a very quick manner. There's only 3 of us in the department that can actually add people to the Web EOC so they can use it. We try to keep it up to date as much as possible, but the other departments within the city, there's changes, the Public Works Director, Finance, that sort of thing. There's changes within the city where they get hired, they go somewhere else, they leave the city. And so it's difficult for us to keep up on it without somebody sending one of us an email. So that's part of the training we need to do with each department head. Next slide, please. The needs are paramount, and we always know that the emergency operation plan is a guidance. You can pick it up. The way it's set up now within the city is the department heads are the ones that work in the emergency operations center. That's where we need the formalized training, the updated tabletop exercises, formal web EOC training. We can get people down here from the county that run that program for the county and do some formal training. It's imperative. There's going to be another disaster. We know that. We also need some specific, section specific, which would be operations, logistics, intel, that type of thing. They need that specific training for those department heads who are going to sit in those positions, because down the road, if they're caused to come into the emergency operations center and myself, Mr. Haglin, or the chief are not available, if they have to open the emergency operations center, there's going to be a problem. It's going to be a long, laborious task, not that they can't do it. Basically, it would fall back on the hands of the patrol officers to open the emergency operations center and get it started. But somebody's going to have to step in a higher capacity, which would be a department head, to help run it. So in my opinion, moving forward, that's the emergency operation plan, although is up to date, it needs to be revised to a newer format so we're consistent with the region. We also need to do some very specific training that right now we've been a little negligent in doing. We're not out of compliance other than the guidance that city has given us. But I see that even at the beginning of COVID-19, there were people who were not 100% sure of the position they were in and what their job would be. Chief, you have anything for me?
I think you're doing a great job. You know, I appreciate the presentation. The COVID-19, when we activated the Emergency Operations Center, was a big eye opener for us. And some of the things that we needed. City manager did a great job of bringing us all together. We've been meeting almost daily. Well, we did meet 7 days a week after COVID-19 kicked off, and just recently we went to a 5-day week meeting schedule. So, but it is a big eye opener. And so a lot of the things that Sergeant Walton identified as far as with training and an update of the emergency operations manual will be luckily, and I appreciate the city manager. We have now in our 2021-2022 budget the ability to completely revamp our emergency operations plan to be consistent with Consumnes Fire and with Elk Grove, who will be our partners in a lot of the disasters that might happen in the region. And with that is going to come some formal training and some of the tabletop exercises that Sergeant Walton was referring to. So I think with that, we're open for any questions that council might have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walton, or thank you, Chief. You give us a detailed information regarding that emergency operations plan. My question is, we are behind on a training, and I was believing in due to maybe the budget, or there was another reason.
No, it's not solely based on the budget. The reality is that we all wear many hats here in Galt, and so it is like we've been in constant flux, different people coming and going, and so none of those are legitimate excuses. The reality is that we should have this training, and so I think there's been an emphasis this year on it, and I think that we are going to be making that a priority here in in this coming year. So, and again, I think that with the budget line item that is going to be in next year's budget, we're going to be able to really take Galt to the next level of where it needs to be. So.
Mr. Mayor, I might also comment on your question. I agree with what the chief just articulated, but it really has to be an organizational outlook towards training. There's so many different aspects to the type of training you do, both under your emergency operations plan, but then gaining some measure of experience for what you might expect and the things you might need to look to do for various types of emergencies. Think of a train derailment where some sort of poisonous chemical is released. Think of a flood. The city has experienced floods before. Think of a pandemic. And so when I say that there has to be created an organizational expectation, I truly believe that. I've been in organizations where we trained once a month. First Thursday of every month for 2 hours, we went into the EOC and all the principals were there. I can remember training on pandemics. And at that point, we were thinking that smallpox would be the pandemic or, something along those lines, not necessarily something like what we're experiencing now. And yet that training was valuable, both from the standpoint of learning the positions, as Sergeant Walton has described so well tonight, and being able to understand what it is, what's expected of you. If you're the logistics chief, what is expected of you by way of logistics? If you are the planning and intelligence chief, what is expected of you? What are your daily responsibilities? And then providing for 24-hour operation of an EOC. All of those things begin to be like layers of an onion that you have to peel through. And so I would strongly encourage the city to continue its efforts to be familiar with EOC operations, and then be able to expand out to training on different types of events and the like. And it will not only reinforce positions and position responsibility, but it will also make coming into the EOC at 2:15 in the morning because of some, train derailment or some disaster, a little less overwhelming, because you're able to work through what it is you need to do as the staff member in charge of that particular section of the EOC.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, there's only one other thing I want to add to that is that it has been refreshing with Tom in the as a city manager. He really understands the importance of this, and so we've been working through a number of issues, obviously, since he's been the city manager. But at no time has there ever been a waiver or any kind of anything more than trying to push us forward in this area. And so it's been really refreshing since Tom's been here. So I believe that we're all taking the right steps to make up for lost time. So I think that we, in the next within the next year, we're going to be on board with the rest of the region and their emergency operations plans and their training.
Thank you, Chief. Council member, any comment, any question on this presentation? Council member, any comment?
Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I may, I just have a couple of questions. First, a comment to Sergeant Walton. Thank you for the presentation. It was spot on. You and I have had conversations over time through CERT and other issues or other organizations. We talk about the emergency operation planning for the area, for the region. So I appreciate the conversation and the presentation tonight. One of the questions I had, and I guess it's more of a rhetorical question, but isn't this training, the 100, 200, and 700 available online through the FEMA website?
Yes.
So we could, we essentially could have folks do maybe the the 100, 200 on their own, and maybe as a group do the 700 and kind of bring people together for, like Mr. Hagman mentioned, regular kind of tabletops. I know it takes time out of everyone's schedule, but I like the direction that we're going and the fact that we're taking emergency operations very seriously. And you know, the reality is we've had two major incidents within the last. We're still living in one, but we had the ransomware attack back in late part of last year, and you know, for all intents and purposes, that was kind of resolved or driven by our emergency operations. So I think it's important, and I guess I say all that to say this. That you know, I recognize department heads and folks that are going to be intimately involved initially in these emergencies. Having them trained is great, but I think there might be the ability to filter that down to you know, supervisors and line personnel outside of the police department, of course. I mean, I know the police department does training in that, but I'm speaking more of, you know, like Parks and Rec and you know, other departments in our city. If it's an online course, maybe they join in. You bring a few of the line employees in when you do it and kind of rotate them through. I'm just throwing these ideas out so that when we do have another emergency at whatever level it is, that employees could be utilized more than maybe we would have normally, and also our employees would have a you know, better firsthand understanding of the mechanics of what we're doing in an emergency. So those are just some of my thoughts. I appreciate you, Sergeant Walton, and certainly appreciate your presentation. And Chief Sockman, thank you for helping drive this.
Thank you. Any other council member? Go ahead, Council Member Kempin.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I can remember working with Craig and going through these practice sessions in the EOC over at the police department. But I guess in what concerns me is that there's the potential to jeopardize reimbursement for funds expended if we don't have those individuals that are supposed to be trained. And I don't know, you know, it identifies in the report that talks about the EOC and city leaders. I don't know who, or Craig, when you refer to city leaders, are you talking about department heads, or does this extend all the way to city council? I don't recall. I know as a department head, I had to have the 700 and 800, I believe, but I don't recall how that affects council, or if council is even involved at that.
Well, sir, it actually, it's very clear. The federal law says that all elected officials, appointed city management are all required to have 100, 200, 700, 800. And I know that you and I talked about this several times, and I know you went through it, and it's long and it's laborious, but it is required. The other thing we need to keep in mind as a city is if you're going to work within the system. Now, the police department's a little different, so we have to take them out of the equation. They're required to have all of that just to be a police officer, and we're all up to date. So conceivably, if no one else in the city had it, the Emergency Operations Center could be run by the police department. That's not an effective way to do things. But it says elected officials and appointed officials have to have the 700, 800. But technically, every city employee is appointed to a government position, and they should all have 100, 200 because they are working within the system. They may be out in the field and be required to supervise somebody using a backhoe or a front loader. That puts them working within the system, and they're actually truly responsible to have that training. It is all online, and like I said, it's painful. Trust me, I teach it at the FEMA level, and it's the worst. What's worse than taking the class is teaching the class. So in reality, everybody that's in the city and works within the city that could have the opportunity to be a part of the system really needs at the very minimum the 100, 200.
I think that's a good idea. And I look forward to hearing maybe an outline of how the city plans to implement that. I mean, I like what Rich was saying about having a lot, employees who are maybe not necessarily involved in EOC or emergency response, but there are people out there that perform a function that could be critical depending upon the type of incident that occurs. And it would be extremely beneficial if they had the training in order to execute the task at hand. So I think that I think the city really needs to consider the seriousness of not having the city leaders and department heads at a minimum all have the 700 and 800 level training, because, and you're right, it's a pain in the neck to do, but it does enlighten you to a process that is pretty much foreign to most individuals. And I think, Craig, having you there to reinforce it, would be extremely beneficial as well. That's all. Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, one other comment. Both Vice Mayor Lozano and Councilmember Campion discussed making sure that people have the training. Over the last few years, I think for the last 3 years, we've been having staff take minimally 100, 200 for the non-supervisory staff. And so I would venture to say, minus some of the newer folks, the majority of our staff have already been trained. So we are on good standing in that regards. There would probably be good time to do an overview to figure out who still needs it, but we have been working on that specific issue since it is online.
Thank you. Any other council member?
Can I add something?
Yeah, who is can you? Oh, who is this?
It's Armando Solis.
Armando. Thank you. Go ahead.
It's Armando. Yes, I just want to add that probably about 3 years ago, as a department head, we were all required to take these courses, and we did do them online. I'm not sure about the new people that have funneled in since then, but we were mandated about 2 to 3 years ago to do these programs. So some of us have gone through this process, and it is a time-consuming process, but we have taken those courses, and we have all our certificates on file with HR. So just wanted to pass that on.
Thank you. Council Member Lentz and Council Member Farmer, any comment?
Yeah, I just want to thank Sergeant Walton for taking his time to come and talk to us about this. As usual, he is quite expert at his endeavors and quite impressive with his knowledge and his background. And we need to garner all this information in the next few years before he retires. So thank you, Sergeant Walton.
You're quite welcome.
Yeah, I'd like to just say too, thanks, Craig. It was a good presentation. You're always a good presenter, as I learned in the CERT classes. Thank you, and I agree with what some of the other council members said, that if this is something that we need to get the council and other elected officials, if it states that, then definitely need to see if we could go about doing that to make sure that we're compliant. So, and make sure that Craig gets a certificate for accomplishing his first online Zoom PowerPoint.
There you go.
Thank you,
Thank
Sean.
you.
Any other comment? If it's not, I'm going to move the second presentation. This is the proclamation for Thomas J. Hagelin. I think that's my mayor, me. Before I read the proclamation, I would like to say Mr. Hagelin, city manager, for his leadership and service to the city of Galt. We appreciate you stepping up to the plate in a time need for the city of Galt. It was a pleasure working with you, and I wish you best of luck and enjoy your retirement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Now I'm going to read the proclamation that is up for council's considerations. Honoring the interim city manager, Thomas J. Hagelin. Whereas Thomas J. Hagelin grew up in Portland, Oregon, and graduated from Portland State University earning a bachelor degree and master degree in public administration. And whereas Thomas began his career with the city of Galt in 1992 as a special project manager in the Parks and Recreation Department. And whereas he moved to Hanford, California, served in California 15 years as a deputy city manager, overseeing community development, and one time served as a interim police chief. And whereas from there, Thomas assumed the city administrator position in Gilroy, California, where he worked for 8 years before retiring. And whereas Thomas came out of retirement for 2 years to serve as a general manager for Tom Utility District, and whereas in April 2019, he was again questioned out of retirement to support the city of Galt as interim city manager while the search for a permanent city manager was being conducted. Whereas during his time in Galt, Thomas was instrumental in the preparation and subsequent adoption of two quadrennial balanced budget for the city. And whereas Thomas effectively steered the city through a devastating ransomware attack that occurred on December 16, 2019. And whereas he has successfully led the community through a nationwide pandemic that shuttered the city on March 17, 2020. And whereas it is evident that Thomas cared deeply for the community of Galt and his leadership during these trying times beyond compare. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Galt, California, that Thomas J. Hagelin is commended for his leadership and accomplishment during his time with the City of Galt. Be it further resolved that City Council hereby express its appreciation to Thomas J. Hagelin for his service to the city and resident of Galt and wishes him success in his future endeavors. By saying this, thank you, Mr. Hagelin, while you was on the interim city manager. Now I would like to ask the City Council want to make any comment, anything, and also want to ask the city manager I want to ask all the council to approve this proclamation. Vice Mayor Lozano.
Yeah, just a couple of comments, Mr. Hagelin. Thank you for stepping in and supporting your city and guiding the city the last year and a half through some tumultuous times. And certainly your advice and counsel has been very appreciated for me individually, and I'm sure the council as a whole. The one thing that I did not know we met for the most part every 2 weeks before council meetings and went over items on the agenda, any other items that were going on, and we met regularly. And I don't know that you ever brought up that you were an interim police chief at one point. And so I was a little surprised by that, but I'm sure you did a fine job doing that too. So thank you so much for all you've done for the city. And I'm sure all that you'll continue to do being a resident here in the community. And it's been a pleasure working with you. And I'm sure we'll see you around town, and appreciate your guidance again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Campion, anything you want to say?
Sure. I never, Tom, I never really expected you to come back as the city manager and find myself on the city council when we met back in 1992, when you were interviewing for the position. Actually, it was for administrative assistant. And then we ended up hiring you back as the special projects manager. But you were impressive as a young man back then, and which is the reason we called you back and asked if you we had someone for the other job, but wanted to know if you wanted this other job. And we're very pleased that you came back, and it's been a number of years, and I always knew you would do great things. Very articulate, dedicated, hardworking, and I'm just glad that it's gone full circle to where you're able to come back to Galt and serve the city in a time when there was great need for your expertise. And I'm glad that and hopeful that you've enjoyed it as well. So, and with that, I wish you the best in the future, whether that's retirement or whatever you wish to do.
Thank you, Kurt.
It's been great working with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lamson.
Yes. I was mayor at the time when we found ourselves without a city manager, and thank the Lord that Tom was willing to step in. Tom, for those of you who don't know, was already retired and living the good life. And because he loves Galt so much, he stepped in and became interim city manager within days of the other city manager resigning. His expertise is bar none, and I think most of the department heads would agree. Your wife told me that some people wouldn't like you by the time you were done because of all the decisions and rules and everything to uphold. Your ethics, Tina's laughing, your ethics are amazing, and I really appreciate you. Who knew we would go through the COVID, the attack, the cyber attack, there's a bunch of stuff. It's just been one thing after another, trying to get through things and putting out fires. Must have been the most exciting experience of your life, I would assume. But really appreciate you stepping up to save our city and help us through these times. And we look forward to seeing you around the town and involved in things, the fun things.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Farmer.
Yeah. So, Tom knows that when we found ourselves without a city manager, that I was a big advocate to try to get him to the job. And luckily that, Kurt had already had experience with him. And so he was a great fit, came in, like everybody's already said, just a brutal time, everything's going sideways. Then came, the ransomware attack, and then of course COVID, but there's probably all kinds of things I can't think of in between there. But most importantly, I think, what Tom did best was to help us, get back on track and right the ship of the finance situation that we were in. Helped us look for the missing decimal point, as some call it. And so we appreciate that, because that, is important. And I think he really enjoyed doing that, because that's his forte. I heard a couple of people talking about retirement, as the mayor was reading your resume, I really find it hard to believe that you're going to retire again. I mean, it's like you're like Michael Jordan. You just keep coming out of retirement over and over and finding a different team to get on. So I'll believe it when I see it, Tom. You'll probably be working somewhere else, and we'll hear about it. So, but sincerely though, thank you. And I'm glad that, it was the right place, the right time. It kind of made sense. And, you stepped up for your city when we needed you. And so for that, we thank you. And good luck in your so-called retirement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comment? If it's not, then I will ask the city clerk to make a roll call vote, please, to approve this proclamation.
Vice Mayor Lozano,
Aye.
Councilmember Farmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Campion,
Absolutely.
Council Mayor Lamson,
Yes.
Mayor Lamb, Mayor Sandu.
Yes. Disproved with 5-0. Thank you, everyone. Next agenda item is public comments. Tina, could you read that public comment, please?
Yes, under Government Code Section 54954.3, members of the public may address the city council on non-agenda items. The public comment section is for the city council to receive comments. Except for brief responses to questions, no discussion or action may be taken on any item that is not listed on the agenda. Please limit comments to a maximum of 5 minutes. Due to the statewide emergency and social distancing guidelines, public comments may be submitted via email to pubcom@cityofgalt.org and will be read out loud subject to the customary 5-minute time limitation. Also, members of the public may participate electronically via https://web0.j.j.j/84780502972, webinar ID 847-8050-2972. We do not have any written public comments on non-agenda items.
Thank you. Next agenda item is information consent calendar. There is a 4 item on that consent calendar.
Mayor, reports by city council members.
Mayor Sanders, I believe the clerk is asking about the the reports on regional boards, commissions, and committees before the consent agenda.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I missed that item. I'm going to go back that item. Reports by council members and regional board commissions and committees. Vice Mayor Lozano.
Yes, I have a real brief report. We had a policy and innovations committee, SACOG committee meeting on the 10th of August and talked about many things, including, and I'll just highlight a few, telework program, pilot program with companies that SACOG is going to help out with and help companies come up with telework programs. This is closely connected to addressing some of the greenhouse gas issues in the region that SACOG is responsible for. Also vehicle miles traveled on roadways and such. And the telework program is put into place so that they can provide that support to different companies and public agencies throughout the region to reduce, like I said, greenhouse gases and vehicle miles traveled on roadways, maybe save some of our roadways maintenance for a longer time. And so that's really the purpose of that. Also talked about the mega region. There's a mega region committee, if you don't remember. It is involving the Sacramento region area, the San Joaquin region, as well as the East Bay region, and looking at how we can address transportation and housing issues related to one another and working together to pull our resources and such so that the entire mega region is affected positively by each other's decisions. And so they will be meeting then on August 28th. We talked about some advocacy updates at the federal and state level. Nothing huge there to report. The last thing I want to touch on is we talked about the regional funding round and that's going to be an issue that we have on our agenda on Thursday, the 20th. As you remember, the council supported a proclamation and resolution to work toward a funding framework that would not just be a competitive framework, but also work on a formula-based framework. And so there was much discussion in the committee about it. The Transportation Committee, which is a different one, forwarded on to the entire board with a 9-0 vote to approve staff recommendation. There were several of us in the Policy and Innovation Committee that made comments that we would like some additional work done to address the funding round so that we can have some formula funding as well. Some of the issues that came up in it were there was a risk analysis done that stated that there was going to be potential issues from different cogs in the area that have had formula funding that risk some federal and state funding opportunity because of it. So much about that. I think the real concern is the Federal Highway Administration and how they could potentially pull funding through this process, but we will discuss it further. I want to thank our staff here in the city for being on the forefront of making some change or attempting to make some change at the SACOG level. And what we'll do is continue to support them and what they need. And I think it'll work out best for our citizens here in the city. So with that, I will report back on the SACOG meeting that we have this week and at our next meeting. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Campion.
I have nothing to report tonight.
Councilmember Lamson.
Yes, we had a little meeting with some of the youth commissioners on a committee today with some of the city staff. And I just want to thank Armando and Jackie for doing that. And we have some social distancing events that we're working on serving the city with. And we're excited for the Youth Commission to be able to partner with the city, and we'll let you know more as we find out what is possible with this COVID-19 situation. And all the other committees I'm on have not met until next time.
Thank you. Councilmember Farmer.
I have nothing to report, Mr. Mayor.
And I also nothing to report in this meeting. So now is the next agenda item F, information consent calendar. There is 4 items on that consent calendar.
I'd like to move all 4 items.
Councilmember Lozano, before that, if we have a couple of announcements for recusals first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to state that I need to recuse myself from participating in item number 4 on the consent calendar, as I own real property, my personal residence, within 500 feet of the proposed annexation area and or Fairway Oaks project. Based on this, I have a conflict of interest and will recuse myself from that consent item. Because the item is on consent, I am not required to leave the room, but my vote will be as to only balance the remaining consent items 1 through 3.
Also, Mayor, I need to recuse myself from participating in item 4 on the consent agenda, as I own real property, my personal residence, which is in 500 feet of the proposed annexation. It's not within 500 feet of the Fairway Oaks project, but because they were together, I will recuse on both. And based on this, I have a conflict of interest. So I will recuse myself from that consent item, let the record show. And I'm not required to leave the room, but my vote will be to the other 3 items, 1 to 3 only.
Thank you. Tina, I would like to read that from 1, 2, and 3 on consent calendar for approval.
Accept the minutes as submitted, receive and file warrants for the period ending August 6, 2020, adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute and submit application forms for the city of Galt to participate in the Department of General Services, DGS, California Federal Surplus Personal Property Program, CFSPP.
I'd like to move items 1 through 3.
Anybody on a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Vice Mayor Lozano, second by Council Member Lamson. Tina, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Lozano,
Aye.
Councilmember Farmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Campion,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamson,
Aye.
Mayor Sandu.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0. Thank you. Tina, can you read the item number 4 on the consent calendar, and the other two council member, they can make use that that agenda item.
I can read the recommended action, but I also do have a public comment on this consent item.
Okay, go ahead, give the public comment first.
Okay, this is from Karen Shower, Superintendent of the Galt Joint Union Elementary School District. Dear City of Galt council members and staff members, I wish to again express my appreciation for your careful consideration of the impacts of recent housing projects on the Galt Joint Union Elementary School District. We appreciate your recognition and assistance in fostering an approach to ensure adequate funds for new schools to serve Galt students. I note you will be considering the Fairway Oaks project again this evening. For your information, we have reached out to representatives of that project and are discussing meeting dates and approaches for the necessary school facilities to serve the project. I plan to attend tonight's meeting via Zoom to hear more about your progress. I have no comments I'm planning to make, but I would be available to provide information or answer questions should the need arise. Please feel free to contact me at any time if I can provide any additional information about our schools. And again, thank you for your positive approach to education in our community.
Thank you, Karen, for your public comment. Thanks. Any council member want to make any comment on this agenda item?
No.
So Tina, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Lozano,
Aye.
Councilmember Campion.
Aye.
Mayor Sandu.
Aye. Motion passed with 3-0. Thank you. The next agenda item is schedule matter notice of public hearing. There is no public hearing today. So next agenda item is regular calendar, community development, Carillion Boulevard corridor plan. I think Community Development Director Chris Reyes.
Good evening, Mayor and fellow council members. Chris Arias, Community Development Director. I am pleased to present to you tonight the Carillion Boulevard Corridor Plan. We will be asking the council to approve the project environmental document and then also alternative 1 of the corridor plan. With me tonight is a team from GHD. They're the consultant group that worked on the project. Todd Tregenza will provide the project presentation of the corridor plan, and I believe he's accompanied by fellow GHD staff, Rosanna Southern and Marty Inouye. Jacob Byrne with Rainey Planning and Management, he's also joining us. Rainey completed the project environmental document, and they helped provide some project management on this project and also some of the others that were associated with the Energy Commission grant. After Todd is finished with the presentation, city staff will join GHD to answer any questions you might have. Before I turn it over to Todd, though, I want to explain how we got to where we are. And basically, we had been doing some traffic studies on development projects near and off Carillion Boulevard, particular 2 Elliott projects. One was the last phase of Woodbury Oaks, and then also the Veranda project. They kind of almost ran back to back. But what we were discovering in those traffic studies is that we were having some problems on Carillion Boulevard. And in particular, there were problems at intersections along Carillion those that intersected where schools were located down the side street. So some of those studies were showing that we had some immediate problems we had to correct. And one of those was the intersection of Ambrosia and Vintage Oak. So that stop sign that you see out there now was a result of those traffic studies. So those traffic studies also pointed out that other intersections on Carilion Boulevard are going to fail unless we take action. And the typical action would be stop signs and stoplights. So rather than just proceed with stoplights and stop signs, we decided to take a different look at it. Because in addition to the traffic studies, what we were also hearing and what we also knew is that the road was overbuilt for what is there now, and even, as you'll see in the presentation, for what is to come. So even in a 2-lane variant, there's not enough traffic and build out to really warrant the need for a 4-lane road. So we knew the road was it was basically built for overcapacity. And then we had problems of cars speeding. There were safety concerns with pedestrians crossing the street, and then also a very minimal bike lane. So when we combined all that, those thoughts on Carilion Boulevard, we then decided to take a different look at it. Now, there's other benefits that come with alternative 1 of this Carilion Boulevard master plan, but those were the criteria or the reasons why we ended up looking for alternatives for Carilion Boulevard. So I think most of you know that this master plan was funded through a grant through the Energy Commission. So no city funds have gone to the consultant or have been used in the creation of this master plan. This was all grant funded. We have not identified funding for actual reconstruction of the road to fit any alternative that is chosen. So with no funding identified, we would end up seeking grant funding based on a completed plan to help build the road. We would also use a combination of traffic funds that were earmarked for Carilion Boulevard. So we believe the combination of grant funding, which we would believe cover the lion's share of the cost associated with the reconstruction, but then that combo with traffic funds. So we don't expect this all to build at once either. You know, it is a pretty hefty project. You know, we often hear that we're going to get 11 roundabouts, and there's some concern in the community about the number of roundabouts. They would not be built all at once. Just like any traffic signal or any stop sign, they are put into the roadway segment when that intersection meets the warrant to do that. So we would identify key intersections to begin with, and then focus on them in the early phases of any reconstruction. So with that, you know, I better stop. I'm going too much into the project details, and I want to leave that for Todd Tregenza. So I'm going to turn it over to Todd. When Todd is finished, as mentioned, and after you're finished with public comment, staff and the consultant will be available to answer any questions you might have. So Todd, sorry for taking too much of your stuff.
Chris, thank you. I think you left me a few things to talk about still, so I appreciate that. Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity. Chris, I'm a little concerned on the date on this. I'm not sure we have quite the right, but you know what? It's okay. The content hasn't changed, so we're going to run with this. So yeah, as Chris mentioned, this is a study we embarked on, I want to say probably over 2 years ago now. It's been going on for some time, and but really happy to be here to present what we've come up with. And I think that it's a worthy project, and as a guide for the next 20 years for that particular corridor, almost its own little infrastructure master plan, I think it will serve the city really well. But happy to take any questions, and let's get along with it. Next slide, please. So I want to briefly review what we did and how, the alternatives we looked at, and then present our findings between the two and the reasons for selecting alternative 1 as the preferred concept. Next slide. So what is the purpose and need of the study? And I think Chris mentioned some of this, alluded to a lot of it, but really we're looking to develop a master plan to guide the long-term implementation of a sustainable corridor on Carilion Boulevard. The Carillion Boulevard has remained, what's the right term? I don't want to say under capacity. Yeah, under capacity. It could handle quite a lot more traffic than it's designed for, and it's remained that way for many years. Now, while it will take a long time for traffic to truly fill a 4-lane arterial there, you know, we have concerns about what that could look like, and that's why this study came along to look at whether there's another way to plan this corridor that it can be safer, it can be more cost effective to maintain over the long term, and perhaps most importantly, the second bullet, rebalance the allocation of the right-of-way. We have quite a width of public right-of-way there, from fence to fence, and even from curb to curb. And what is the highest and best use of each one of those feet of street right-of-way? And so we get into that as well. We then, in terms of specific needs, the speeding has certainly been a concern. Another thing we heard about from the community in our workshops, and something that we've noticed in our own experience working for the city for a long time, is that Carillion serves very much as a barrier for east-west connectivity between neighborhoods. It's not a street that folks are comfortable crossing necessarily. I think there's a few crossings that are controlled, but without Carillion Boulevard there, I think we'd anticipate quite a bit more neighborhood connectivity. Next slide, please. So the study scope, I don't want to dwell on this too long. Pretty traditional process for anybody that's been through or received an update on a similar study. We start with existing conditions. We collect the data out there, the travel characteristics, the multimodal users, the crash data. We look at then 20-year travel forecasts. And this is a process that I've been personally working with the city on for many years now. And you know, starting back in 2008, we had full build out of the general plan was our crystal ball, and it was just a tremendous amount of growth, huge amount of commercial development, full build out of, you know, the eastern side below Eastview, even east of Marengo, out to Cherokee. And over the years, we've refined that crystal ball. I think the last time we really refreshed that 20-year outlook was in 2015. And we're currently underway in the similar process to look at what 20 years could look like for the city. And that will inform other capital planning and infrastructure planning. But all of that was part of this. We wanted to make sure we understood what the approved pending projects were. There are some right along the corridor, Simmerhorn, Summerfield not too far off, Fairway Oaks was mentioned earlier. So we're aware of all those projects. And then we have we hired an economist actually to help us forecast out the absorption of additional residential and commercial growth over the next 20 years, consistent with the general plan, but as a subset of full build out. Anyway, community outreach was a big part of this as well. We did 3 public workshops, stakeholder meetings. We wanted to make sure we understood people's concerns with the facility as it was, and then also make sure we got good public feedback on the concepts we were evaluating. When we dove into the alternatives analysis, we had 2 main concepts, and I can explain why those were selected. And I'll get into that in the next few slides. We ultimately selected one of those 2. So alternative 1 is now the Carillion Boulevard Complete Streets Plan as presented to you. And it was finalized around August of 2019, in fact. Next slide, please. So existing conditions summary, most of you, well, all of you, I'm sure are familiar with the current conditions of Carillion Boulevard. It's actually a fairly beautiful corridor. It's well landscaped, but from a utility perspective, not utility, but from the use of the facility for motorists, bicyclists, pedestrians, there are some gaps. For a motorist, it's a pretty safe facility to be on, although a little bit higher speed. And actually, somewhat challenging to get out of from the side streets. And that's something that we expect to get worse as volumes increase over time. As a cyclist, it's really pretty challenging. You have essentially 2 feet of rideable surface. It's a 5-foot bike lane, but 3 feet of that are the gutter pan. And then you've got the seam right between the two. You can see that right in the middle picture. So very narrow rideable space. We would consider that. There's a metric now we use, level of traffic stress, just like we use level of service for vehicular delay and how we measure intersections and roadways for vehicle users. We've started using a terminology called level of traffic stress for bicyclists and pedestrians in some cases as well, which measures based on the geometry, speed, volume of a roadway, and then the design of the multimodal facility, how comfortable folks are out there. And that comfort is correlated to safety as well. Pedestrian facilities are pretty good north-south. You've got a meandering sidewalk that's set back from the roadway, but the crossings, as I mentioned earlier, are a challenge. They are long, and I think there's, I can probably count on a few, one hand for sure, the amount of controlled crossings that folks have, either a stop sign, well, actually it's just a stop sign to get across Carillion Boulevard from Twin Cities all the way down to Cimarron. Next slide, please. Our goals are to improve the safety of the corridor, improve mobility, provide a flexible and creative design that meets the needs of today's motoring public, today's probably underserved bicyclist and pedestrian population, and one that also reduces emissions. As Chris mentioned, this was ultimately a grant provided by the California Energy Commission. And so we wanted to come up with a solution that either shifted enough folks out of cars or into buses or bikes and on foot, try to reduce the amount of vehicular travel necessary, but also even within the vehicular traffic itself, there are solutions such as roundabouts, which we'll get into, that reduce average delay and can improve emissions by reducing idling. We want to calm the speed of traffic that correlates closely with safety, and again, meet the needs of all users. And of course, the last circle that I didn't get to yet is meet the future travel demand needs. And I spoke to that earlier, but we want to make sure that what we design is not a project that will no longer serve the city in 20 years. It needs to be a solution that fits within the overall circulation element. Next slide, please. So speaking of forecasting, so today, just to set the context, today there are less than 10,000 vehicles. I think we're close to 7,000 south of Twin Cities on Carillion, and it just drops as you go further south towards Cimarron. And so let's give it an 8 just to be conservative. 8,000 vehicles, capacity of a 2-lane roadway. This is a 4-lane roadway. Capacity of a 2-lane roadway is probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 15,000, 12,000 if you're using a really low capacity threshold. But clearly we're well under the 4-lane threshold, probably by a factor of 3. So it's overbuilt for what's out there today. And then when we run the forecasting, however, that extra capacity has a tendency to suck up a lot of traffic. And so when we build out the Notch area, Eastview, other anticipated growth north of Twin Cities, east of Marengo, and fleshing out infill opportunities in the city, Carillion Boulevard goes up to about 19,000 with a 4-lane cross section. So quite a big change. And that level of traffic could be accommodated with roundabouts, which I'll get to in a minute. But what it will do is that condition I was speaking to earlier, where it's getting really hard to get out of the side streets, it will become really, really challenging, if not impossible, to get out of streets like Vintage Oak, Elk Hills, Lake Canyon. And so that is going to drive an improvement need at the intersections. Next slide, please. So then we use the same travel demand model, the forecasting model, which takes into account all those land development projects that we anticipate. And we shrunk Carillion Boulevard down to a 2-lane section. And so all of a sudden now the traffic did not see this, the model did not see a massive opportunity to shift a bunch of volume onto Carillion. And it made better use of the available infrastructure elsewhere. Now, these models aren't perfect simulations, but what this tells us, I think, is that rather than encourage additional traffic on Carillion Boulevard in the future, the model is anticipating that the capacity would be about equalized amongst the facilities that are provided. This includes connection down to Central Galt. And so as you flush out that transportation system without leaving a 4-lane Carillion Boulevard, keeping it at 2 lanes, it kind of distributes the traffic out throughout the city systems in a more equitable manner. Next slide, please. So the 2 alternative concepts we analyzed were, one, this 2-lane, we call it a road diet or right sizing, a bunch of different names for it, but we would go down to 2 lanes, 1 lane in each direction on Carillion Boulevard, and put roundabouts at the intersections. And those roundabouts have a capacity to handle a lot more traffic through them than a similar single-lane traffic signal. Because the cars don't stop, they don't have to queue back, you don't have to add as many turn lanes. I can go on if there are any questions about that, but we feel very comfortable that a 2-lane roundabout corridor would be able to handle, in fact, more than the projection. So quite a bit more traffic than what's anticipated. The 4-lane option, so keeping Carillion Boulevard as is. Now we still want to, at least in this alternative, we wanted to make sure we provided a more standard bike lane. You're still going to have that gutter pan, that seam, but by making it a 6-foot bike lane, you give 3 feet of rideable surface. However, that means having to shrink the travel lanes down to 11 feet in each direction because we don't want to start carving out that planting strip in the middle. Next slide, please. So alternative 1 looks at roundabouts as the preferred intersection control solution at all the intersections that need control in the future. And as Chris mentioned, that doesn't mean that these all need it today. It doesn't mean they all need it in 5 years. But as the city builds out over the next 20 years, we anticipate these intersections that already are showing some constrained ability to get out onto Carillion during, for example, school peak hours, particularly at Lake Park. We expect these intersections will all need some sort of control. And in the 2-lane option, we recommend that to be roundabouts. Those provide a safer, slower, more deliberate travel speed through the intersection. They also allow us, with the reduction in travel lanes, to provide a really robust bike lane. We can provide a full standard 6-foot bike lane with a buffer, and that will dramatically increase the comfort level of cyclists on Carillion Boulevard to the point where you could see families with kids out there, which is probably not something that's very common today given the state of that facility. The roundabouts also provide an improved pedestrian crossing. Pedestrians cross one direction at a time with a center refuge. At high volume crossings or in the proximity of schools, some agencies have started installing flashing beacons as well. Those can aid in improving pedestrian comfort crossing roundabouts. So there's also strategies to make that even safer for the pedestrians than they already are if we have concerns about certain demographics. Next slide, please. The 4-lane alternative. So some of you may wonder why we didn't look at roundabouts with the 4-lane alternative, and that's simply a question of right-of-way. A 4-lane arterial would require a 2-lane roundabout, which is really large. And so you're blowing out all of these intersections to get a roundabout in. And so essentially we had to look at a signalized option for the 4-lane concept. We put signals everywhere where traffic signal warrants would be met in the future, very similar to the roundabout proposal in terms of their location. We have a couple locations, Chelsom and Vauxhall at the southern end of the currently developed area, where it doesn't quite meet signal warrants. We'd recommend maybe restricting turn access in order to ensure that you don't have a broadside collision risk by folks trying to turn left out of those subdivisions with 20,000 ADT along the corridor. We do protect all the left turns. We don't want permissive left turns. So these would be full standard signals with left and right turn pockets as necessary. Next slide, please. So this is where things get pretty interesting. We looked at alternative 1, which, remember, the roundabouts are intended to slow traffic and calm it. So alternative 1 and 2 are showed top and bottom. In the running time, you'll see the first row under each one shows how long it takes to get from point to point, intersection to intersection, forgetting about intersection delay. And the roundabout is slower. We're controlling that speed north-south between intersections with the intersections themselves. The signal would be faster from point to point. But once you add in the control delay, so how long people are waiting at traffic signals at Walnut and Vauxhall and all these signals that would need to be implemented at build out of this area, the roundabout actually fares favorably. So because folks need to spend less time idling and waiting at a traffic signal, they can actually get from Twin Cities to Central Galt down after it's extended down to C Street. They can get there faster with roundabouts despite the fact that it's only 2 lanes instead of 4 lanes of traffic. Next slide, please. This is also just a high level safety comparison of the 2 options. So many of you are probably familiar with the roundabout safety benefits. There's some statistics from Federal Highways, Highway Safety Manual on the right there. The reduction potential in collision severity is huge. You get rid of the broadside collisions, which have the worst outcomes, those T-bones. Everything becomes kind of a merge behavior. This is a phenomenon you are all probably familiar with Twin Cities. It's had a very good safety record since those roundabouts have been put in. Alternative 1 would carry about 12,000 ADT according to our forecasting. Now, that's not to say it's the capacity of the corridor. Twin Cities, for example, I think is pushing about 20,000 plus ADT through it right now. So that alternative 1 would still have room to grow beyond that. But the safety benefits are that there's less exposure. There would be less traffic than the 4-lane alternative at build out. And there's the shorter crossing distance across Carilion itself. You're only crossing 1 lane in each direction instead of 4. You have increased comfort and visibility for the cyclists. It would become a very comfortable facility out there. The intersection conflict points are huge. This is, again, a roundabout slide that you've probably seen before. But from going to a signal, you can see the little diagram on the bottom right. On the left, you have a traffic signal and all the different conflict points for vehicles. There's 32 vehicle-to-vehicle conflict points in a traditional traffic signal, 24 for pedestrians. And actually, this is only a 2-lane signal. So those conflict points grow when you go to a 4-lane. With a roundabout, you only have 8 vehicle-to-vehicle conflict points, and they're all diverge or merge. That lower impact crash with a reduced speed differential. Next slide, please. So cost estimates. The cost estimates are where we start seeing some big differences in the other direction. So alternative one, the roundabouts, when we include the new growth areas, so everything south of Simmerhorn down to Central Galt, we're looking at nearly $34 million. The retrofit segment is far more expensive than the signalization option, alternative two. You need to reconstruct the intersections. You need to build the center medians, the entry deflection, all the crossings, the pedestrian crossings, lots of work involved there. One thing that's not reflected here that should be kept in mind is that the life cycle cost of the signals can often exceed that of roundabouts just due to the maintenance required with a traffic signal. I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 5,000 annual per traffic signal, and you eliminate that with the roundabouts, far smaller maintenance cost. So the retrofit segment for the roundabouts is clearly much more expensive. The new growth areas is much more in line between the two alternatives. That's because in alternative two, you're building a 4-lane arterial. Alternative one, you're only building a 2-lane arterial, and you're building everything from scratch. So you're not having to go in and tear things up and rebuild. Alternative one is, however, competitive for grant funding. There are a number of different avenues we could look at. Just like the study itself was grant funded, the improvements could be grant funded. There are certainly ATP candidates out there, Safe Routes to School, Highway Safety Improvement Program, HSIP. These are all grant programs we're very familiar with helping our clients obtain funding through, and I think there are definitely some good candidates along this corridor. And then Chris mentioned this earlier, and really important to keep this in mind is that this is a 20-year build out. Think of it almost like a circulation element. So we're setting a vision for the corridor that will last a long time, and the projects within that plan will be prioritized and phased as the need arises. So I have some thoughts about which ones could be maybe top priority candidates, but we can get into that discussion as well, and would be something that we would be happy to help the city try to consider which ones should go first. And then the new growth areas would be in part, at least in part, responsibility of new development. And in fact, this is a good segue to Simmerhorn is a good example of that. This complete street 2-lane arterial with roundabout concept, it's not something foreign. And in fact, even Simmerhorn Ranch itself shows 2-lane arterials through its site, both east-west and north-south. And that, I believe that is a reflection not only of where the city is looking to go, but where the private market is seeing value as well, and what people want to see in their neighborhoods. So I just think that's an interesting observation, seeing that plan recently at Planning Commission. It's very similar in nature to what we're proposing here along the build segment. Next slide, please. So here's a top-down view of alternative one at full build-out, going all the way down to Bossau, starting at Twin Cities. We have some larger intersections at Twin Cities itself and at Walnut. The A Street connection would probably be a larger volume intersection as well. But most of these roundabouts are pretty small. They're not quite compact urban roundabouts, which is a term some of you may be familiar with. They are full modern roundabouts. But they can fit within the available right-of-way. And next slide will actually show that, I think. Oh, just kidding. So this is the signal alternative, 4-lane. It's okay, keep going. The 4-lane alternative with the signals and where those would be located. Again, with the turn restrictions at Vauxhall and Chelmsford, potential signalization there in the future as well. Anywhere where you need a roundabout, it's because you need to control the entry of vehicles from the side streets. And anywhere you need that, you'll likely need a signal as well, or to impose turn restrictions to avoid those left turns that can't get out when you increase the volumes. Next slide, please. So alternative one is our preferred improvement concept. It achieves the best acceptable intersection operations through year 2040, our forecast horizon. And I showed the travel time comparison. So despite the reduction in travel lanes, it provides the best traffic operations for the corridor and for the city. It also provides a number of safety benefits, which I've gone through already, and I don't need to repeat. But needless to say, it has a higher safety benefit over its lifespan than the signals by quite a wide margin, I would say. And it improves your walking and cycling comfort. And that level of traffic stress improvement is one of the many factors, along with safety, public support, and others that will help us get ATP funding and other grant funding opportunities. Next slide, please. And here's the illustration that I was looking for earlier. This shows how the roundabout would lay out in the current right-of-way. Provides a lot of opportunities for greenscaping, and that could all be green streets, bioswales, and stormwater retention opportunities, low impact development. You can see just the drastic change in the pedestrian crossing distance across the side streets and across Carillion itself. Dramatic improvement on that front. Next slide, please. Oh, and then there was an intersection or two, I think just one at the end, but this is another intersection treatment that we included in the plan for intersections that don't quite meet the threshold for installing a roundabout. This is called a protected intersection, and this maintains a protected bikeway through the intersection, and it provides those little gray semicircles are raised medians that actually serve to control the turn radius of vehicles and improve the visibility of cyclists relative to vehicles. So this is an exciting improvement that we also look forward to hopefully seeing implemented as part of this plan at all the stop controlled intersections that perhaps don't need roundabout installation in the interim, or maybe even ultimately, we don't need all roundabouts, and a treatment like this would maintain that safety benefit for the cyclists and also provide some traffic calming opportunities. Next slide, please. And then now we get into some pretty pictures. Here's the before and after. On the top, you have your current Carillion Boulevard elevation or cross section with the 4 lanes and the narrow bikeway. And down at the bottom, we show our proposed configuration with actually, in fact, a wider travel way, which is nice. It's in fact, 12 feet is a little tight when you're up against the median curb. And so we're providing a little bit more distance for the motorists. So it should improve the comfort and safety of all users. Next slide, please. And here's a more photorealistic simulation of what that could look like from the street perspective. And I think that brings us to a close. Do we have one more? Yep, that's it. So I'm happy to take any questions.
I'll start off with some questions. And I apologize, sir, I blanked on your name right now.
My name's Todd.
Todd, that's right. I'm sorry. Todd, so I was just taking some notes as you were talking, and I have some questions to start off. How wide are the lanes? How wide are the traffic lanes currently?
They're about 12 feet.
Okay. And we went down to single lane each direction. The traffic lane would be what?
14 feet.
14, okay. And the bike lane, not including the buffered area with the striping, but just the actual bike lane itself from the F. So if you're looking at the striped lane, so from the inside, which would technically be the bike lane, not counting the hashed area, from there to the curb, do you have a measurement on that?
I think it's 8 feet. Let me pull it up on my end too. I'm pretty sure it's 8 feet.
Okay. So I noticed on one of your drawings, your schematics, I think it was the one you showed of Lake Canyon and Carillion, the roundabout there. Could you elaborate a little bit on that slide as far as the bike lanes seem to disappear as you come to the roundabout?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I wonder if we could pull it back up. If not, what happens there, and this is standard for all roundabout design, the more advanced riders will stay in the traffic lane and they'll just ride through like a vehicle. They're not interested in ramping up, but the less advanced riders would ramp up, and they would ramp up to essentially a shared use path. We would make use of that sidewalk, probably have to widen it out a little bit around the intersection to make sure it's a comfortable space for cyclists and pedestrians, and they would navigate the roundabout as a pedestrian crossing where the pedestrians would cross, and then ramping back down into Carillion Boulevard after the roundabout.
Okay, so to understand this, so um, let's just rule out the what you call the professional cyclists who would ride in the roadway. So if we're talking about recreational cyclists in the new bike lane, so as they approach the intersection, they would then basically get off their bike and then move over onto the sidewalk and then cross as a pedestrian. Is that correct?
They would cross as a pedestrian and we would advise they walk their bike, but we would design it to accommodate them on their bike.
Okay. Next question. The current sidewalks, do you know the width of those currently? I mean, they might fluctuate, I know, but
I want to say 8 feet, but let me pull up an aerial and I can give you a precise.
well, this might save you to having to look at that. I'm assuming based on all the based on my research with the proposal, which I was up to like 2 a.m. reading through this thing backwards and forwards and whatnot. So in either plan, whether it be alternative 1 or 2, the sidewalk doesn't change, correct?
Correct.
Right. Okay. So just to clarify, I mean, really what we're talking about is a bicycle experience enhancement with either, because I know a lot of the report talks about making Carillion corridor more pedestrian friendly for making it more walkable. Walkability was used a lot in the report and that type of thing. But I mean, as far as the sidewalks are concerned, we're really not doing anything there. So really what we're looking at is with option 1 is a decreasing of the road dot you refer to, and then the increasing of the bicycle lane. I mean, that's essentially.
Well, that's the pedestrian crossing. The pedestrian crossing would be dramatically improved as well. So getting across Carillion Boulevard would be a big change from what's out there today.
A change meaning in what way?
Meaning instead of having to cross 5 lanes of traffic, you would cross 2. Because today you have 2 lanes in each direction and a turn lane. And in our proposed roundabout configuration, you're just crossing 1 lane in each direction.
Okay.
It's far lower exposure. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's fine. And I'm not going to go through all my notes and the things I have to say. I'm going to let my other council members pipe in on some thoughts and things too. I just want to cover a couple more things and then I'll allow that to happen. So interesting enough, and I know your report refers to roundabout safety as it pertains to automobiles. And I noticed as you were giving the report, you really just kind of echoed what I'd already found in my research, is that roundabouts are proven to be they're declared to be safer. And what that really means for those that are watching too is safer meaning it decreases the amount of severe accidents. And you use the word severe or injury accident. I know you used that word, Todd, a couple of times, and I saw it in the report in the fine print. So for example, I was looking at a Department of Transportation study last night where they were saying, that serious accidents were decreased like 32% in a roundabout for automobile. However, the overall incident, which was minor fender benders and things, was increased over 600%. So safer, yes, because we don't have fatalities and stuff. So yes, safer in that manner. But I just don't want there to be any misconception that when you say safer, it's kind of a skewed term in the way it's mentioned. I did a lot of research on roundabouts last night, and so just to understand what I was talking about today, I actually spent about an hour and a half in the roundabouts on the Twin Cities, because it's the only roundabouts we have in Galt. And I went out there and spent about a half an hour actually crossing the crosswalks in the roundabout, both of them. And I actually videoed my experience, and it was enlightening, to say the least. What I can tell you is that I definitely believe that roundabouts work well with automotive traffic. I mean, I'm going to tell you, it seldom saw cars even slow down going through there. It was kind of crazy if they're going, around the roundabout and going straight. If they're curving around, then you would see some slowing. But it definitely controls the flow of traffic, and I think those roundabouts serve their purpose very well. My concern, to be honest with you, with the roundabouts is the safety aspect for the pedestrians. I felt like I was jaywalking today, to be honest with you. I mean, I actually had to look up to understand who has the right of way in a roundabout. Is it the pedestrian or is it the car? Because I was like thinking, well, maybe it's different than normally what I understood. Again, I have video to support it, but I must have had 30 cars. I don't think there was one car that ever yielded, except the time when I was actually in the crosswalk crossing and the car came around, and then they kind of put on the brakes because I was already in the middle of the street. But no cars yielded for me whatsoever. So my concern is, and I'll play on this a little more, I'm going to finish up here and let somebody else go, is that, we have 5 schools that feed this east side. And I know that we're focusing on, this traffic thing with the roundabouts and the cars. And I think we're kind of missing a big point is this going to be safer for our kids to traverse? Would I be comfortable, based on what I did today, would I be comfortable with a 12-year-old knowing how to, the protocol for crossing that roundabout? And also in turn, the drivers knowing the protocol, because today clearly it was clear to me that people just don't understand to yield to pedestrians in the roundabout. So that's my thoughts at the moment. I want to hear from some other council members on their thoughts on other aspects of the project. So somebody else wants to go ahead.
Any other council member want to make any comment before we move to public comment?
Yeah, I have one. I did have one of my friends who was talking about, she feels that she's going to fear for her life walking, because in the roundabouts, people are going to come flying through, and she feels that they are a little bit more unsafe, a lot more unsafe for the pedestrians. What do you guys say about that? Is there a slide that shows where the crosswalks will be in relation to the road?
If we could pull that one back up, that same one Councilmember Farmer was looking for, I think I could show you those. But just to address pedestrian safety globally, a couple things. So the context of this road is different than Twin Cities, and I don't think that's a small factor. You're talking about a highway off-ramp with drive-through businesses versus a residential street. I think that people have become accustomed, frankly, since those were installed in 2014, I think somewhere midsummer or early fall, and to not seeing pedestrians. And so, you probably are shocking them by even being out there, and that's not to excuse their failure to yield. And I don't know how to retrain that driver behavior at those locations. But what I will say is that current modern roundabout guidance for Caltrans now, if you have more than 2 lanes, they do recommend installing flashing beacons. And so you'll note these are not those, and these are much different contexts: residential speed, lower design speed, and only a single lane per direction. I don't know if that fully resolves your concerns, but we do have data that proves that these intersections, single lane roundabouts, are statistically far safer for a pedestrian than any other type of intersection control, frankly. So there are other things we can look at. So just like I said, Caltrans is now looking at multi-lane roundabouts and putting in flashing beacons where you have more than one lane of traffic entering one leg. We could deploy similar strategies around the school. I completely understand what you're saying in terms of I've got young kids as well. And as much as I love roundabouts, I would sure feel a lot safer if they were pushing a crossing button on their way to school. So, and just for any intersection. So we could look at installing those. Those would be folded right into an ATP grant application. And in fact, anywhere where you have a school crossing, that could be the recommended treatment moving forward. But the statistics, I will fall back on the data. The statistics continue to indicate that not standing and not discounting how we feel about them and what your experience was at the Twin Cities roundabout. They are statistically the safer choice in aggregate for pedestrians.
Thank you. And I do notice in regular intersections with lights, people do not yield to pedestrians. I know they're breaking the law by turning in front of them and around them and everywhere else. I don't know what we can do about that these days.
Yeah, right turns are a big problem. Right turns on red lights. But anyway.
Todd, I have a quick question, if I may. Back to Councilman Farmer's question in regards to the the cyclist, now that we have this picture up. Can you walk me through where the cyclist would go?
Sure. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, I think I know. I think it's the diagonal gray.
Correct.
Where they're required to go, or suggested that they go if they're not a experienced cyclist. Is that?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And then by design, they would then be, it would be suggested that they go down the sidewalk to the crosswalk and then cross over and then back and do the opposite way on the other side of the intersection?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And those features are there at Twin Cities as well. If you get a chance to head out there and take a look, the bike facilities at the intersection are in place.
Any other council member, any comment?
Yes, I do have a comment.
Yeah.
When you were speaking earlier, you were talking about intersection conflict points. And as I recall, it was 8 conflict points on vehicle to vehicle for a roundabout and 32 for the standard intersection that we're comparing it to. Can you run us through the conflict points specifically where they are on this diagram?
Yeah, there's
and I was going to say, as well as the pedestrian vehicle conflict points.
So the pedestrian vehicle conflict points are at each crosswalk. If you can picture, there's 2 on each leg.
Okay.
And then the vehicle conflict points are again 2. So at that yield marking, if you're going, this would actually be east, but from bottom to the top of the diagram, you're traveling up Lake Canyon. Your first conflict point would be that merge into traffic. Okay. And then the next conflict would be at diverge. Okay. And it's kind of hard to visualize how a diverge could create a conflict point, but it's vehicles slowing and somebody rear-ending it.
Okay. If I look, and maybe I didn't look at it correctly or my notes are incorrect, but it showed that there were 9 pedestrian vehicle conflict points, but I'm only seeing 8 the way you're explaining it.
Yeah, that may have been a typo. Can we go back to that slide maybe?
And I could be wrong too. Maybe it may have been 8 and I wrote 9.
There we go. Yeah, that should have been 8.
Okay. I was trying to figure that out. So, and that compares to 32 and 24. And those are on, those would be 2 lanes each way, correct? As it is today.
Actually, that's for 1 lane each way. So there could be, I'm trying to wrap my head around whether or how, I don't think I want to venture a guess of how the conflict points may increase with
Okay.
multi-lane.
Okay, okay. And where that says 78% crash reduction potential, 30%, are these, is this vehicle to vehicle, vehicle to pedestrian? What are we talking about in
So
terms of
that,
percent?
yeah, that is right from the Caltrans local roadway safety manual. So those are the countermeasures you would enter if you're applying for an HSIP grant application. Conversion of stop control to roundabout. They've published that as a 78% crash reduction. And then for a conversion of a stop control to a signal, they've estimated a 30% crash reduction potential. So the signals would still be safer than the stop signs, but not to the same degree as the roundabout. And in fact, signals also have a nasty habit of increasing the severity of some crashes because you've got that red light running that really is just a recipe for high severity crashes with speed differentials.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for right now.
Todd, if I may circle back a little bit on something here while you're still there. I know you were talking about data earlier. And so again, you know, I'm not an engineer and you're an engineer. And so I'm not trying to say that I, in any way, shape or form, have experience you have. I'm just going by, you know, trying to do the most research that I could do. I found several articles last night. I really kind of started zeroing in. I mean, I have already consented that I do believe that roundabouts work very well with flowing traffic and relieving congestion problems and such. I don't dispute that at all. Again, I'm just kind of zeroing in on the pedestrian safety side of it. And I found several interesting articles. The one I would like to just kind of pick a couple just quick things from here is one particular one where there was some studies done and the National Association of City Transportation, also the Department of Transportation, the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety, and the Federal Highway Administration Information Guide on Roundabouts all concluded, based on their studies, that there was insufficient data to draw conclusions regarding the safety of bicyclists and pedestrians in roundabouts. So it was when they were challenged to provide data showing that they were statistically safer, that was the response they had. And the analysis was done. Another analysis I saw was done in Minnesota, 200 roundabouts in that city, and they did a 4-year study on it. And the conclusion was basically that if your goal is to move cars faster, then roundabouts and more thoroughly, then roundabouts are definitely the option. But if your goal is to control traffic or make a city more pedestrian friendly, especially in urban areas, then roundabouts are very counterproductive. So what I keep thinking, what I keep focusing in on here is that I just, you know, going back to the roundabouts of Twin Cities, you know, those are not urban areas, and those roundabouts, even though some people hate them, and some people still don't understand them, but they work well, and they relieved a problem that we had there. We had a traffic, you know, back up there, and it worked well to resolve that problem. But now we're talking about doing something in an urban area where we have a lot of more pedestrian traffic, and it's going to only increase. You know, we're looking at, you know, bring probably roughly 6,000 people into the city limits, you know, in the pipeline right now. Once Eastview goes online, it's going to be north of 6,000 people, you know, mostly on the east side. It's substantial, you know, and I saw your studies about the traffic increase in cars and things. And so I just mainly am really concerned about the safety of the roundabouts. I personally feel that I would have my own children feel much safer on a controlled intersection. And I watched a YouTube video, it was very interesting. You know, when you're at a controlled intersection, the car is slowing to the stop sign. And even if you have the green thing that says walk or whatever, you can kind of see that the car is coming to a stop, and you kind of look at the car and you kind of do that eye thing where you acknowledge that they see you and you see them and so on. And then you enter out into the intersection. Whereas with a roundabout, and I experienced this today, is you're kind of out there. And once I crossed into the middle, the protective island in the middle, once I crossed there, and then I'm looking to the right, and as cars were coming around the circle, I had no real indication of, are they going to keep circling around, or are they going to continue going straight? And so I find myself kind of like Frogger, more or less, kind of like saying, okay, do I go for this? Is this my window of opportunity to go out? And then some of the cars would go straight and I'd have to wait, and some would curve and then I'd walk. So it was really, it was hard to understand, which was what this YouTube video shows. It's very tricky to understand what the drivers are doing because there's no way of the indication of what they're doing. And again, you have a driver in a traditional controlled intersection coming to a stop where they're actually coming down to a complete stop. And whereas a roundabout, you're yielding and you're hardly ever coming to a stop, maybe sometimes, but you're continuing that speed. So you're basically having cars entering into an intersection at speed, maybe slowing, but still at speed, and you have people trying to cross the road. So for me, I just, I would like to see a plan that encompasses more of some controlled intersections at maybe like Lake Canyon and Elk Hills, where we have a lot of crossing there. And those are intersections that are terrible to cross right now. They don't even have stop signs. It's completely uncontrolled at Lake Canyon right now. You have to, there's no north-south stop. So maybe something like that there. And then maybe, the roundabout would work well at Walnut and Curly, the very large intersection where you have the big thing. So I feel like my struggle here is I would like to see more of a hybrid of the two plans. And so these are my concerns with the roundabouts. I have other concerns with other things, but I'm going to go ahead and let some of my other council members, if they want to get back in.
Before you respond to some of those points or questions regarding the study in Minnesota or whatever, I just want to point out, the pedestrian.
I will let everybody know, please, if you want to interject, it's no matter, city council or staff, please go through. So that's we're not interrupting each other.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So what I want to point out, Mr. Farmer, is there's a live local example of how a residential and a predominantly residential with a park with some commercial use operates on a pedestrian and bicycle friendly. And that's in Elk Grove, on Elk Grove Boulevard from Waterman to Bradshaw. They have a segment of that Elk Grove Boulevard, which is primarily residential, and it is what we are proposing with some slight differences. And they have roundabouts with numerous pedestrian crossings in and near them, and they have been proven to be safe. They do have one that is controlled by the park. That would be similar to what was suggested by Todd as controlled by the school. So your comparison of Twin Cities is just, as Todd mentioned, you're comparing a high volume state highway to a residential neighborhood. Roundabouts have been proven to be traffic calming. They have to slow down to get into the roundabout. They are not going to be going at speed. And in a residential neighborhood where they do see pedestrians, they're automatically slowing down. And just because you have a stop at a stoplight or stop sign, trust me, as a constant biker and pedestrian in my neighborhood, cars do not look for you in that same manner. And so we've had near misses many a times. So those anecdotal type experiences, they're not indicative of the data that is being presented and that is shown by an overwhelming majority of traffic engineers. So Todd, I don't know if you can address the study itself, or you're familiar with that, but perhaps you could touch on some of the safety.
Yeah, I think we've kind of hammered on this a good amount, but one thing I will note is if there is an accident, right, and there is a collision, what would your chances of having a minor injury or a minor scrape in a roundabout are substantially higher. The motoring public is going through at low speed, and the consequences of a crash at a traffic signal or a stop sign where somebody's blowing through the stop sign are much more dire for pedestrians. And it's not uncommon for us to look at a city's crash statistics, and I haven't looked at the city of Galt for a while citywide, but to find that more than half of the fatal and severe crashes are pedestrians. They are at risk out there because of the high speed differential. And we're controlling that speed differential, as Chris mentioned. And again, I don't want to I don't want to underemphasize the difference between a multi-lane roundabout and a single lane residential roundabout. It is a different animal, and it would not feel the same. And maybe we could take a walk through Chris's neighborhood to experience that one. I've been out there myself, in fact, but it's quite a different feeling than the Twin Cities Road roundabouts, where you've got 2 lanes of state highway approaching you as you try to cross.
Okay, well, I appreciate your input, but first of all, I want to go back and say that I respect the input as saying, about being bike riders and such, but I'm pretty sure I can tell you that I probably spent more time on a bicycle, mostly when I was younger, than most people probably in this room. And I'm actually an avid motorcycle rider, so I spend a lot of time, and I know how dangerous it is out there. And so when I draw analogy to the Twin Cities roundabouts, I'm simply, you said, well, that's a high traffic area. Well, your report shows that we're talking about, almost 18,000 cars per day on Carillion is your forecast on your report. So
That's
okay. Well, yeah, over a 20-year period, I understand it. What I'm saying is that, but to say that, oh, these roundabouts aren't going to have a lot of traffic. I mean, your report also states very clearly that, and this is also in your forecast, that heavy traffic volumes along Carillion Boulevard will result in severe delays on side streets. So you've already consented that there's going to be heavy traffic on Carillion forecasted for the future. And so I don't want to downplay the amount of traffic that I think is going to be in these roundabouts. I mean, no offense, Todd, but I've seen some of these intersections in the morning when we had school. School's not in now, of course, but it's pretty hectic at some of these intersections, and it's going to be. And when you have lots of kids trying to cross and you got people in a rush trying to get their kids to school, then it's because they're late for work and they're going to drop kids off. And if you act like these people are going to slow down from the 45 mile an hour that is the speed limit, which most people are probably doing 50, down to less than 25, I don't buy it. I mean, and again, no insult to your education as an engineer, but I also understand the city because I've lived here and I traverse. I mean, there's some of us on council here that have traversed these very intersections hundreds and maybe even thousands of times. We have 4th Street and C Street in Old Town. I can tell you when the road narrows down there, people don't slow down. I mean, I can tell you firsthand, I live that day to day, and I worked hard to try to get some kind of speed enforcement there. And it was, it was an uphill battle. And these people don't slow down. They don't care how narrow it gets. So again, I appreciate your input, and I'm, I think we'll agree to disagree on a couple of those things. But again, for me, it's just a safety aspect with the roundabouts in those certain intersections with the children crossing and stuff. I don't know. I'd love to hear from a lot of parents on that subject. But anyways, I'll let somebody else speak. I don't know if Mayor, if you have anything.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. Before we go to public comment, I can make a couple question and couple comment. Todd, in your report, it says key goals of improvement alternative 1. Okay, first of all, my same concern, I don't want to repeat myself with the roundabout. When you guys, investigate or research on this one, there's a 3 schools there. A middle school, elementary school, and high school. And most of the traffic is with the school kids go through the Carillion Boulevard. And I lived that boulevard almost, I can say 22, 25 years. Even that time, there was no Carillion Boulevard. I'm just making one point. My council member already made one point. When it's come to the roundabout, when we drive in Commons and when we're driving, when there is a roundabout, we usually not expect to stop. Same thing is pedestrian. Usually he's not gonna expect to stop, especially if the kids around and the vehicle going around. I do understand it might be not a big accident, but you're gonna increase, same thing report said, you're gonna increase more accident. That's my concern on the safety. The other key point, I believe you mentioned reduce emission. How you calculate reduced emission? Just only Carillion Boulevard, or you talking about the all over in a city? You know, reduce emission should be all over in a city. How can you might be explain how you say reduce emission? You talking about next 20 year, next 10 year?
Yeah, so we didn't run the 20-year CalBC tool, which is the operative emissions reduction factor tool for grant applications, which we would run for any grant that we would pursue for this project if it is selected to be implemented. But yeah, so the emissions benefit is simply from the vast majority of emissions are from starting and stopping your vehicle. And so with the roundabouts, with the reduced idling, the reduced amount of stopping at a red light, at a stop sign, that has a substantial reduction in greenhouse gas and other criteria air pollutant emissions.
Okay,
Hey,
then
Todd?
my question is, and you see next 10 or 15 years, most of the vehicle can be electric. Number two, any new vehicle, and I think most of we already know, when it come to the stop sign, the engine stop, right?
Right, which is actually
then-
worse for emissions, but anyway.
No, but I'm talking when the engine stop, so that's kind of things. The third thing, you know, that's the reduced emission. You're talking about the grant, right? We get a grant funding, right?
Correct.
And the grant funding, in my opinion, don't want to use something is not, you know, we all are not happy, the citizen not happy. The grant money, yes, I do understand is not from our general fund, but is somebody's tax dollar. We should use the grant money, don't abuse the grant money. And then other question, on that key goals of improvement, alternative one. And I think your report said calm speeding traffic. If there is any road have a problem with the speeding, what's the things we usually use? Just make from 2 lane to 1 lane?
No, controlling speed is very challenging without engineering measures.
Yeah.
Enforcement is your only option, and that can be a challenge too, because if you have a real speeding problem, you technically will have to raise the speed limits.
And
So
Todd,
anyway.
Todd, can I
Yes.
interject? This is Marty Inouye. I work with Todd on this project, and you have to understand relative to speeding and the design of the intersections, and hopefully we're responding to Councilman Farmer's issue too in regard to pedestrian safety.
Sir,
Is that the design?
Marty,
Yes.
can you identify yourself, who you are? You work with the city?
Oh, yes.
You are with
My
the-
name is Marty Inouye. I was the original involved in the preparation of the Carillion Boulevard study with Todd, and I carried the initial. I was a project manager before Todd, but I'm retiring, but I'm still involved in projects and still working on projects within the city. So Todd has taken the lead role as project manager. I am now supporting, but very familiar with the Carillion Boulevard corridor study. In regard to the design of Carillion Boulevard with the roundabouts, they will be specifically designed, as Todd had shown you. The intersections with the roundabouts have smaller radius roundabouts, meaning that you cannot, so even whether there's pedestrians in the intersection or not, you cannot navigate with proper design of that intersection faster than 20 to 25 miles an hour. It's down around 20. The heightened concern about navigating that roundabout now creates an awareness for the driver that before you don't know where you are on Carillion Boulevard. You can be going through intersections, and you will not even know that you're going through intersections the way it's designed right now as just a 4-lane divided facility. When you enter into the corridor with the roundabouts, you saw in the pictures how the intersection has a curvilinear pattern to it. That is an engineering design that's very specific to movement of the specific number of cars that are going through that intersection at a very specific speed. So it's not a matter of saying, hey, and that was the way Twin Cities was designed back in the day for that more highway oriented type roundabout. That was designed to move those types of volumes. This is going to be designed because in a neighborhood residential area to control the speed of that traffic navigating through, with people that are far more aware of where they are within the corridor on that street, navigating that roundabout. You cannot go straight through. I respect Councilman Farmer's comment about when you have dual roundabouts, people, can barely slow down sometimes. But in these roundabouts, you can see the curvilinear aspect of how if you look to the center, you see that the lane diverges outward and then diverges inward and then takes a harder curve to navigate the roundabout around that. You cannot go fast through that intersection. People may try, but you know what? If they're trying that hard, then they're well aware of the intersection. They're well aware of the pedestrians, if there's pedestrians there. They're well aware of the cyclists that are there. You will notice what's going on to be able to navigate that. Otherwise, you're going right through the middle of the roundabout or through the island or something like that. And they are raised. I mean, they're rounded curves or sometimes other types of curves that are involved. And you cannot do that without being careful in going through that. So the concern is, and there's been much research, as Councilman Farmer has indicated, that we're trying to address these things. These are not new problems. We agree that we need to be concerned about it, and we're trying to create the data and not only the data, but also to find how to best design these things. And so what you see there and the curvilinear aspect of that roundabout is specific to slow that traffic down, to make people aware of that intersection, to travel through safely, and to stop as necessary if there's pedestrians or cyclists.
Thank you, Marty. Thank you. Todd, my next question is, you said meet need of all users. And then at some time, this is the location. If you go to the downtown area, like I think recently, Lodi, they approved one of the dirt road. Did you familiar with that?
No, I'm not.
That's it, just in the downtown, because there was a lot of bicycle. They just approved it, I think, a month and a half ago. Then another one, on the other one clarification. Craig, you know where Chris live, right? You said you went over there. These roundabout work, right?
I'm sorry. What was it? Can you repeat that?
There's a roundabout on El Grove Boulevard.
Oh yeah, yes.
But from Waterman Lane to Broadshaw, there is only 2 roundabout. There is 1 stop sign and there is a 2 light. There is 2 roundabout. I believe we can confirm with Chris.
Right.
No, that is true. So in that section, it is relatively short, but that doesn't mean that it can't work if it was extended. I mean, the point is that segment of road functions. And you are correct. There is a stop sign in between the 2 roundabouts, but because cars are slowing and the traffic is reduced, there's not a buildup of traffic at that stop sign. And the only lights are there's a traffic light at Waterman and Elk Grove Boulevard, but the roundabouts themselves, especially the one by the park closer to Waterman, has a pedestrian signal. But Todd spoke of that the pedestrian signals are a good idea where we have school children crossing, or at Walnut where we have the park and other higher uses. So we're not suggesting the signals are a bad idea. There's a place for them. What we're suggesting is those roundabouts in residential communities work. Whether there's 2 or 14, they work independently of each other. They're not stacked up on top of each other, conflicting with each other. They work independently, and they're a traffic control at a specific intersection.
Thank you, Chris.
And I thought we were actually talking about the roundabouts on Sheldon. But
no,
yeah.
No, there is, I'm talking about, there is a roundabout on Broadshaw and Sheldon. That's a 4-lane roundabout, right?
Yes, that's correct. North-south.
No, I'm going to, maybe if no council member would like to open that public comments, and then we can go through more comments if a council wants that way. Everybody consent that? All right, thank you.
Paul, yes.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question
Yeah, go ahead.
or two. So we got some information today that I thought was interesting, and I don't want to overshadow the fact that there are vehicle collisions that occur in roundabouts. And I had the opportunity to live near a roundabout for many years. And there were times, and let me back up by saying these weren't roundabouts that had a big hill in the middle. It was pretty flat, had a raised curb. And there were times on Sunday mornings or Saturday mornings where you'd see, that sometime overnight somebody drove through the middle of that roundabout. But those were few and far between. I'll tell you, my personal experience is I happen to be a pedestrian and around roundabouts quite a bit. And what I liked about it just personally as a pedestrian was I only had to worry about traffic coming in one direction at a time. I only had to make eye contact with one driver at a time. And so it made it a lot easier for me personally and my family to traverse. But we received some information today from the city manager regarding traffic collisions in the Twin Cities, East Stockton and West Stockton Boulevard area. And I think it's important for the public to know. I was a little surprised by it, quite honestly. I figured there would be a significant amount more, but in a 2-year period, there were 21 collisions reported. And I say reported in that area because I believe these are only times that the police were called and a report was taken or at least logged. In hit and run with property damage only, there were 3 in a 2-year period. Property damage only 15, which I think goes to the point, and Councilman Farmer said it initially, and then I think Todd said it, that it is safer for vehicles in those roundabouts in terms of damage. And so property damage only was 15, and then the traffic collisions with injuries, there was 1 in the 2-year period. And I'm making the assumption based on the information received for the 2 roundabouts. And then the last point is traffic collisions with unknown injuries. There are 2. So let's just say there were injuries. There were during those 2. So there was a total of 3 traffic collisions with injuries in a 2-year period, which I think I was a little surprised by that, quite honestly. And so I just for full disclosure, I think that's part of the information that was gathered that addresses it. Now, there was also information that was given regarding the different Carillion Boulevard between Twin Cities and Simmerhorn for the same time period, which I don't know that there could be a comparison between the 2 because for two things, there's no roundabouts, but also it's a much longer stretch and a different use there. But so I just want to point that out as information received. And then my only other, not only other, but one other concern that I had, at least I want to get out there now, is when designing and studying this Carillion Boulevard, we came up with two alternatives, and I recognize that staff is recommending alternative one. There was some, we've gotten quite a bit of public input, both, for, not for, and I've also heard people say that a hybrid would be good of the two. But one of the questions that popped up from one of the emails, and I think all the council members got it from one of the community members, is what was considered, or let me ask it differently. When you were looking at this, was Marengo Road considered in terms of the impacts from now until the next 20 years? And then based on that, I just have a follow-up in that I saw at one point from Marengo from Beeler south, there were 15,000 vehicles projected to be on that. And so my question is that what considerations were made? And then also, can we address the 15,000? It was on, I think, slide, I want to say 4, but I could be wrong.
Sure. Yeah. So Marengo is currently in the capital improvement program as a 4-lane arterial. And so that's how the model sees it. So it is, that is still far less than overall traffic. If you drew a screen line, like from 99 across Carillion and across Marengo, that is far less overall traffic than was originally anticipated in full general plan build out. That I think that is a scenario that is probably, I'm not sure when that's going to get reevaluated, but it envisioned a ton of commercial development north of Twin Cities up into wetland areas. And anyway, it pumped up the volumes quite a bit. So when we refresh those build outs, what we've looked at is still a pretty aggressive growth pattern. We have build out of Eastview. We have build out of lands south of Eastview, I believe, Marengo down to Simmerhorn. Build out of the Notch, some infill opportunities on the west and east side. I believe there's some industrial and employment growth around Walnut on the west side of 99. Anyhow, quite a lot of growth there. Eastview is driving a lot of that growth on Marengo, but there is a flip-flop there because it's still in the model as a 4-lane arterial. One scenario we didn't run because we could run infinite scenarios if we had infinite time, is what if Marengo and Carillion were both treated as 2-lane roundabout corridors? And I think what you would find is, again, more equilibrium between those two facilities. And that screen line volume, that 27 or 28,000 daily volumes, that is easily accommodated in a roundabout. Again, a 2-lane roundabout corridor could accommodate comfortably about 16,000 ADT daily traffic. So yeah, that we did consider that, we are looking at Marengo. Marengo actually kind of becomes the primary connection down to A Street now, with Carillion no longer having the diagonal connection to the Central Galt interchange. So Marengo may have more volume in the future in 20 years than Carillion. And that is a possibility, especially if it builds out as a 4-lane arterial. However, I wouldn't want to close the book on an opportunity to look at maybe the best use of that roadway as well, and maybe in combination with 2 roundabout parallel corridors. I think we're still in good shape in terms of accommodating these future numbers.
Well, and one of the things that I'm sorry, Chris, if I could just make these two real quick points. One of the concerns that I certainly have and has been brought up is that the north part of Marengo is the home of one of our two high schools, which generates some significant amount of traffic. Now, I get the fact that traffic studies are designed on more of a 24-hour period than a 8 to 3 period only, and so I get with traffic counts and stuff. But on the other side of that roadway, Marengo, we have an agri-science area that's being developed, and that's going to generate lots of pedestrians and kids and stuff. So I guess my concern is, at least with those counts that are posted up there on the online, my question would be, how does the development of the proposed Carilion Boulevard plan interchange or intersect with how Marengo is going to be developed? Because right now it is not a 4-lane arterial roadway. And so that's my question. And then secondly, just for clarification of the public, AVT, what is the A?
Well, AADT is annual average daily traffic, and that's sometimes a little bit used a little bit loosely. ADT is average daily traffic. So you go out there for a 7-day period, count the vehicles, and then average out typically the weekday, Tuesday through Thursday. We try to avoid Fridays and Mondays. They're a little bit different. Yeah, so ADT, average daily traffic, annual average daily traffic. If you see that, that's often from Caltrans, and that's a year's worth of data average to a daily value.
Okay, thank you. So if you could address the Marengo question as to how that would develop in conjunction with a Carilion plan, and what considerations were made.
Yeah, so I mean, and Chris, I know that I think you wanted to mention something. We're undergoing a circulation element update right now, and we're eager to open up the greater citywide circulation system and see what's needed to absorb additional housing, that new 20-year forecast, and how to best accommodate that. Within the constraints we had at the time, we couldn't think too creatively about what we're going to do on Marengo 2. So like I said, we kept it plugged in as its future condition, which is a 4-lane arterial. I would like nothing more than to come up with a circulation system that doesn't require that, that can more sustainably accommodate the movement of people through that area and move that regional traffic to 99 and allow for easier cross connectivity across these future and existing neighborhoods. I think that the development of the Carilion Boulevard plan will complement the character of the Northeast Galt. I think it will help shape what Marengo ultimately looks like. Now that's an opinion, I can't guarantee that. And with that, before I put my foot in my mouth, I'll let Chris take over. I think you had some words.
So, Mr. Lozano, we are, as Todd mentioned, we are undertaking a circulation element amendment. The primary purpose of that circulation element amendment was to incorporate SB Senate Bill 743, which is requiring cities to change how they evaluate traffic impacts related to new development. So the state also requires that when you do a circulation element amendment, you are required then to incorporate a complete streets model into your circulation element. So part of this is to accommodate the state and what they're looking for. Now, granted, Carilion Boulevard, the existing component is already built and then would be exempt from what the state is requiring. But what the state is promoting and pushing for new development is this type of development. So as Todd mentioned, the daily trip generation on Marengo at build out doesn't really require a 4-lane road. So how we're going to look at it in the circulation element amendment, I'm not quite sure yet. And the timing of both, and your point is a good one, where if Carilion Boulevard in the reconfiguration is going to divert traffic over to Marengo, you want to make sure Marengo can handle it. You don't want to impact Marengo and make sure the school and there's other problems associated with that diverted traffic. As we mentioned, we don't have a timing yet for Carilion Boulevard, and we don't see that in the near future. So we do believe that Carillion Boulevard, as it is a long-range plan and we will have to seek funding, that it will be behind our circulation element amendment. And the circulation amendment is going to help guide how we're going to do Marengo. So we just don't have that detail yet, but based on timing, you won't see Carillion Boulevard built before we know what we're going to do on Marengo. And, I'd also indicate that, council, when we do find funding or grant funding, and we're going to use city traffic funds, city council still will hold the purse strings and have control of what we do on Carillion Boulevard. So we would never come forward to you with a Carillion Boulevard improvement if we didn't have answers for Marengo and how that's going to look. And then you would be able to see that as a council member when that came forward.
So my understanding, and just again, I want to, like Councilman Farmer, I'd like to hear from the public and the rest of my colleagues as well. I don't want to take up a lot of time on it, but from what I'm hearing is today's proposal is not the final approval of this specific plan. It's a concept plan within the environmental documents done.
Well, close. We are approving the environmental document, and we are recommending alternative one. And so that alternative one would then be a blueprint for what we'll move forward with for ultimate development. So it is, I don't want to, have any confusion about that. If you approve alternative one, we will pursue funding for alternative one and then look to get a timeline for when that will happen.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, real quick, before we go to public comment, just piggyback. Thank you, Rich, for those questions. Those are some of mine as well. And I want to just quote from their staff report where, basically what the big picture here, I think what we're doing is, we're taking a huge artery that basically is bigger than it needs to be. And we're deciding, well, it doesn't need to be that big, so let's just shrink it down. And your staff report says basically with less traffic on Carillion, the roundabouts will provide sufficient capacity. That's what your report says. And it says traffic will be diverted to Marengo Road, Walnut, and other streets. So it's the other streets that kind of bother me too, because, Rich is talking about Marengo, which is a big, grave concern. I think a lot of us are concerned about that with the school. But you got to also think too about Lake Park, Elk Hills. There's a lot of other streets. When you start shrinking down one road and people start sprinkling that traffic amongst other streets, it's not just Marengo that we're talking about. You're talking about people cutting through residential areas like Lake Park, for example, or Elk Hills. These are streets that people live on. These are not, meant to have a ton of traffic. There's already some traffic issues on a couple of them. Speeding, I get emails asking, do something about the speeding on Lake Park. Can you have PD come over here? I get that, from time to time. So I think we need to be concerned about those too. What are we doing now? We're taking a street that's currently absorbing everything it needs to, and we're now going to then force that out on other streets. And I question the motive of it. So again, I want to hear some public comment. Thank you, Rich, for asking those questions, but sorry to jump in here.
Thank you, everybody. I'm going to open the public comments. Tina, you are there?
Yes, we have public comments. So
Can you somebody take them off that slide from during public comment? Thank you.
okay. The first one is from Dave and Carrie McGinnis. I have been a resident of Galt for more than 2 years and live in the Elliott Home community. My wife and I drive Carillion Boulevard on a daily basis, where we are both opposed to changing Carillion Boulevard to 2 lanes of traffic with roundabouts throughout. We feel the money proposed for this plan can be better spent upgrading the downtown area. Thank you for your time and consideration. Next is from Mike Hodge. This is by far the worst idea yet, with all of the intended homes being planned for this will create gridlock. This is the only thoroughfare capable of handling high volumes of traffic. In anything, you should consider making Marengo a 4-lane divided road with bike lanes. Use this money to create the Walnut overcrossing for Highway 99. Make Basso a 4-lane divided road and put a roundabout on the intersections of Marengo and Carillion. Gabriella Lowe, as a resident of Galt, our family is voting against the Carillion Boulevard plan. Since the city is in a tight budget, it does not justify such an extensive modification. Instead, they should be used to better maintain existing landscaping along Carillion so weeds and grass weren't overgrown along the sidewalks. Thanks for accepting my vote and comments. Denise McCune, I live in the Kaufman Homes. I drive down Carillion on a daily basis. The proposed installation of 11 roundabouts is, in my opinion, dangerous and without regard to the school-aged children that walk and ride their bikes to school on the street. Carillion is the feeder to 3 elementary schools as well as the middle and high school. Traffic already drives faster than the posted speed limit. The installation of roundabouts would only create faster moving traffic, as evidenced with the freeway off-ramps at Twin Cities. That was a good use of roundabouts. Additionally, have you discussed this proposed project with Cosumnes Fire Services? Roundabouts are difficult for large trucks, and this would include fire trucks. This is a residential area, not a freeway. Please consider the school-aged children that walk and ride their bikes to school and the elderly that drive in this area and the impact roundabouts will have on their safety. Next is Chantel Davis. Carillion is arguably the most beautiful and picturesque road in Galt, especially in the fall when the Chinese pistache trees are in color. It's a major reason why we moved onto Ambrosio and Carillion. However, change is coming to Carillion whether we want it to or not. We are in the process of adding 285 new residents on the corners of Carillion and Walnut for Veranda and Parlin Oaks. At an average of 2 cars per household, we're looking at 570 new cars, all pouring out onto Carillion in the very near future. Carillion will no longer be a beautiful road when it is jam-packed with cars. Without significant modification to Carillion Road, this additional vehicle traffic will significantly negatively impact those of us living nearby. Besides being generally unpleasant, the exhaust and noise of such increased activity on Carillion Road will undoubtedly reduce the value and attractiveness of our homes along Carillion. This traffic will also make the street more dangerous and significantly less useful for the Galt pedestrians, pets, and bicyclists that currently frequent the road. Alternative 1 resolves and shields us from many of these major concerns. Roundabouts improve safety for drivers, as studies have repeatedly shown through significantly decreased accidents. Roundabouts also keep traffic flowing, making travel easier and quieter. Walking and biking will be safer with the new buffer shield from cars, likely convincing others to join the already plentiful pedestrians using Carillion for school, leisure, or shopping. Importantly, alternative 1 also reduces the number of lanes on Carillion to cap traffic similar to current levels by spreading impending traffic more evenly among surrounding main streets. That means safety and less sound pollution for those of us living and walking near Carillion. It also means the preservation of our property values, about which we are obviously extremely concerned. I wish that it wouldn't, but Carillion will change with the addition of many new neighbors on Carillion and Walnut. We have to rise to meet that impending change. This does not have to come at the cost of beauty either. Alternative 1 appears to preserve our green space between opposing lanes and along the sidewalks. Our family and assuredly others would ask that the city requires that our colorful Chinese pistache trees be maintained in the center divide. There certainly seems to be enough room in the plan. In the end, for those of us living off Carillion, there is no question. Alternative 1 will maintain the things that drew us to this area: beauty, functionality, quiet, safety, and value. Jay Vandenberg. It was disappointing, to say the least, to see city staff insist on a vote for only one version for Carillion Boulevard. We were promised that there would be multiple options to choose from, but this did not happen. During the Planning Commission meetings, they failed to address safety concerns like the ability of fire trucks to traverse the roundabouts or how people's driveways will be overlapped into the entry of the roundabouts. At the first Planning Commission meeting on this topic, it was agreed that this item should be brought back to make changes. There were no changes made and no concerns addressed, just a forced vote. The 3 no and 2 yes votes by the Planning Commission against this project even being presented to the City Council is a powerful statement against the readiness of the proposal. It's not necessary. Carilion Boulevard is one of the nicest streets in town, and it currently accommodates traffic very well and was designed for future growth in the area. The notion that making more bicycle lanes is going to somehow dramatically increase bicycle use in Galt is just silly. Galt has zero regard for the economy when they keep approving the drive-throughs, which are the biggest polluters. The environment only seems important when it suits the city needs. It will force traffic onto unimproved roads, surface streets, and neighborhoods, which will create more of a safety hazard. Grants never cover the cost of projects, and the city will undoubtedly have to pay out of pocket for it. Next is Kelly Keegi. I am writing this letter to express my concern regarding the Carilion Boulevard corridor study. I've attended several of the workshops, and I can tell you that the majority, if not all of the attendees, are against this project. With all the planned housing going in, the last thing you want to do is reduce the lanes from 4 to 2. This is probably just one of a few streets in town where the city actually planned for growth. The presenter brought up the fact that the most drivers will divert their travel onto Marengo if these roundabouts are installed. It is a complete waste of taxpayer funding. If you want to make room for the bicyclists, all you have to do is take out the trees and landscaping next to the existing bike lanes to make the bike lane bigger. It would not cost very much to do this. You not only keep the 4 lanes, but you extend the existing bike lanes so the riders have more room. I hope you accept the Planning Commissioner's recommendations to not move forward with this project. I also hope that all of the minutes from these past meetings and workshops have been shared with you. I know Paige and Sean both were in attendance at the public safety meeting November 26, 2018, when this was brought up. One woman who used to live in Paradise expressed her concern reducing the lanes and said this was one of the reasons so many people died, because there was only 2 lanes to get out of town. Many citizens have come forward and spoken against this, whether in person, on Facebook, or the Nextdoor app. If you truly care about being the voice of the people, you will vote no. Please do not feel compelled to approve this project just because money has already been spent on the study. Michelle Gutierrez. The Carilion Boulevard corridor plan is a waste of time and money. All these other housing projects that the city has planned will create a bigger population of people, which creates a lot more vehicles in this area. Has that been figured into the plan? There will be a considerable amount of traffic during morning or evening commute, whether it's from work, school, or the farm. One vehicle could back up several, which could lead to accidents and road rage. Several of us have large RVs and trailer beds, which could also wreak havoc for a 1-lane road with a roundabout. We all know the backups that can occur trying to get off Highway 99 to Twin Cities during commute time. It is downright scary being stuck on Highway 99 trying to exit. There is always going to be that person who is afraid to go into the roundabout, leaving others stuck in the train of cars who are praying not to get hit from behind. This project, if completed, will cause severe backup on Carilion Boulevard. If the plan goes forward with these disastrous consequences, it will cost the city even more money to put it back the way it was in the first place. Please think this through. Carilion Boulevard should be left alone. Jonathan Oshalem. My name is Jonathan Oshalem, and I have lived in Galt for my entire life. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to comment on the corridor plan. There were several errors that I found in the studies that led me to have concerns about the document. One error is in the project report, part 1 through 5 on page 16. Vintage Oak is misspelled. Vintage Oak Avenue is misspelled. It is referred to as Vintage Oaks Drive. In addition, on the same page, it states that Vintage Oaks spans from Elk Grove to Kilbrew Way. This is inaccurate, as Vintage Oak Avenue never intersects with Kilbrew. It ends at the intersection with Carilion Ambrosio Way. Also in the cost estimate, Carilion Boulevard is misspelled as Carilion. These are just the errors I saw, which leads me to worry how many other errors that the consultants made. Regardless of whether or not the studies are accurate, these errors will need to be fixed to make them accurate. My second comment is that I do not believe that this road diet is appropriate for Carilion Boulevard. Carilion was built to be an expressway to quickly allow traffic to get from Simmerhorn in the south to State Route 104 Twin Cities Road in the north. The proposals would slow Carilion down, leading to increased traffic on Highway 99, which is already far over its capacity. Instead of this, we should eliminate intersections on Carilion, leaving only major intersections such as Simmerhorn, Chelsom, Vintage Oak, Walnut, Lake Park, and Highway 104 Twin Cities Road. These intersections could have 2-lane roundabouts, and the remaining roads could be made to be a right turn only from the street intersecting Carilion. I'm not against roundabouts and believe that they would be wonderful additions along Carilion, especially at the intersection with Walnut, but I believe there are far too many proposed as they would lead traffic to back up into the prior one, especially with 1 lane. My key concern is the alternative one is unacceptable due to its short-sightedness. This plan will only be useful for 10 years at most due to all the proposed growth along the corridor. It is important that we do not waste our city's funds on such a short-range plan. Carilion needs 2 lanes to accommodate future growth. It also needs the speed limit raised to 50 miles per hour to serve its purpose as an expressway. If we select alternative 1, we will just need to revise it in 10 years before any of this plan is constructed, costing us hundreds of thousands of dollars or even millions if some of it has been constructed. I would like to ask the City Council to vote against adopting alternative 1, as neither alternative proposed fully addresses the issues raised in the studies. I believe that either more alternatives need to be developed or the city could focus its efforts on higher priority projects. I believe that shrinking our roadways, especially our major thoroughfares, is not the best use of our funds when the city is still growing. Instead of spending money on this plan and constructing any of these projects, we should spend our money on a new interchange at Highway 99 and Walnut Avenue, which would help the community by providing easier access to Highway 99. Thank you again for allowing me to provide my input. Next is Deborah Banks, Executive Director, Sacramento Area Bicycle Advocates. I'm writing on behalf of Sacramento Area Bicycle Advocates to support approval of the resolution on the Carilion Boulevard Corridor Plan. The mission of SABA is to help improve the region's quality of life by enabling more people to make trips by bicycle. We support this mission through advocacy, education, and outreach into and with communities to better understand how to make the roads safe for all users. We continue to support the concept of a road diet that allows for improved bike infrastructure, especially now when traffic levels are low because of the pandemic and the resulting increase in teleworking. The current environment of the pandemic has shined a spotlight on the importance of walking and biking in communities across the country. Bicycle rates have soared across the world as people shift modes of travel from public transit to biking, and as people bike to maintain physical and mental health while gyms and fitness studios remain closed. We think it is smart of the city to consider buffered and separated bike lanes on Carilion Boulevard, given the configuration of having no curbside parking, which makes installation of a separate bike lane comparatively straightforward. Additionally, continuing the separated bike lane through intersections ensures a safe experience for people on bikes while also improving conditions for pedestrians by slowing turns and providing for greater separation. SABA encourages the City of Galt to further pursue this important work now more than ever. Thank you for the opportunity to weigh in. Next is Alberto Ayala, Executive Director of the Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality Management District. The Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality Management District is required by the California Health and Safety Code to represent the residents of Sacramento County influencing the decisions of other agencies whose actions may have an adverse impact on air quality. For this reason, I would like to provide input on the Carillion Boulevard Corridor Plan, which is item H1 on your agenda tonight. Your staff and traffic consultant have conducted a study to determine how to improve Carillion Boulevard over a 20-year planning period and to serve multiple users, pedestrians, bicyclists, transit providers, and automobiles. The result of this important work identified a plan that would reduce the corridor from 4 to 2 lanes, reduce speeds, improve the bicycle lanes, and install roundabouts as traffic conditions require intersection controls. These improvements would keep traffic flowing, which reduces idling and therefore emissions, reduce severity of collisions due to the geometry of the intersections, and reduce speeds, improve safety for all users by providing buffered bicycle lanes, and improving pedestrian conditions at intersections by reducing traffic speeds, crossing lengths, and providing refuge islands to protect pedestrian crossings. An improved corridor will encourage an increase in bicycle riders and pedestrians using the corridor, further reducing emissions and improving the health of the residents of Galt. I appreciate your consideration of these air quality, greenhouse gas, and health benefits. On that basis, we support your staff's recommendation to approve Alternative 1 of the Carillion Boulevard Corridor Plan. Next is Brooke Beckett. I'm in favor of changes being made to the Carillion intersections. I live on one side of Carillion and my mom lives on the other side. I either walk, ride my bike, or drive daily across Carillion. All methods of crossing are difficult and scary. It is hard to judge the speed of drivers on Carillion because some go 25 miles per hour due to the school signs, while others still follow the higher posted speed limit for the non-school portions of Carillion. It is also hard to see traffic due to some of the bushes in the center divider and some of the bushes adjacent to the intersection. The combination of how the street curves and when the bushes need trimming make it hard to see. When I'm a pedestrian, I feel safer because of the signal, but even then, I'm hesitant to cross until I can tell vehicles are significantly slowing. Often a car will be slowing in one lane, but someone will speed by in the other, not realizing I'm crossing the street. I suspect people think cars were slowing down to turn, not to wait for a pedestrian. My daughter likes to walk or bike ahead of me, but she is terrified of crossing Carillion. It's really hard to get 4 lanes of traffic to stop to let you cross when there isn't a stop sign or traffic signal, just some crossing signals that are often ignored by drivers. I hear complaints about the new proposal, so maybe it needs changes, but we can't leave Carillion how it is. It is not safe. Remember, there is a reason this proposal came about to begin with. The people of Galt spoke up saying a change is needed. Please find a compromise to make Carillion safer for everyone. Maria Jimenez. I am writing to you today to express my concerns about the future plans for Carillion Boulevard. I want to remind each of you who voted you in and who you represent. Please listen to the community when making a vote on this matter. There are so many items that were brought up in these past few meetings. It all seems very rushed. It seems like minds are already made up before it even gets brought to the table. As Mr. Sauter had voiced in the Planning Commission meeting, why was this item already on the agenda for today when it hadn't even gone through with them yet? Are we rushing to get everything approved before the election, before the 2 pro-growth members leave? Carillion does not need 11 roundabouts. What other city has that many on 2 miles? Elk Grove's does not. Lincoln's does not. Also, do you know how big EG is Elk Grove is compared to us? Is that where we are headed? Please take our voices into consideration before making your vote. Even the Planning Commission doesn't recommend this, and those are people you put in that position. I do not support this plan. Veronica Van Dyke. I write this email with extreme frustration and disappointment. Despite the Carillion Master Plan being voted down 3-2 at the Planning Committee, the political push to force a plan on the community continues. It was made blatantly clear at the planning meeting that this project is not a necessity nor wanted by the citizens of Galt. yet somehow here it is in front of council attempting to be pushed through. Our community is tired of being ignored and not represented. I am deeply concerned that 2 planning committee members who voted in favor of this unwanted plan are running for city council. So far, they have shown complete disregard for the wants of the citizens. I have to question that their personal gain and motivation for strong arming this plan is. I implore council to listen to me and our fellow citizens when we ask you to vote this project down. Please do not waste our tax dollars on something not wanted or needed. Thank you for your time. Next is Chris Holm, project manager from Walks Sacramento. Walks Sacramento encourages the council to continue the city's efforts to improve pedestrian, bicycle, and automobile circulation within Galt by approving the Carilion Boulevard Corridor Plan, initial study mitigated negative declaration, improving alternative 1 of the Carilion Boulevard Corridor Plan. Carilion Boulevard is in the middle of community with 4 schools, 8 parks, open space corridors with trails, houses of worship, and shopping centers. It's a 4-lane arterial that could serve people of all ages, young, old, and in between, wanting to travel between all these places, but pedestrians and bicyclists may often find using the roadway to be a challenge. Pedestrians have a nice detached sidewalks along the sides of Carilion Boulevard, but it can be difficult and scary to cross 5 to 7 lanes of traffic. Bicyclists have a bike lane on each side of Carilion Boulevard, but many riders may be afraid to ride so close to cars traveling much faster than they are. The Carilion Boulevard Corridor Plan identifies solutions to the challenges faced by pedestrians and bicyclists, and it will also provide drivers with a better driving experience compared to the existing roadway. Pedestrians will find it much easier to cross only 1 traffic lane in each direction at roundabouts where vehicles are at slow speeds and there's a refuge island in the median between the lanes. The bicycle lanes will attract many more riders because it won't feel so dangerous with 6 feet of separation rather than just a white stripe between the bike lane and the traffic lane. Providing a streetscape with pedestrian and bicycle connections that will allow and encourage more people to walk and bike within and between neighborhoods in Northeast Galt will create a healthier community. More walking and biking for local travel could mean more daily physical activity for residents of Galt and less vehicle air pollution, resulting in better physical and mental health. Next is James Corliss, Executive Director of the SACOG, Sacramento Area Council of Governments. I am submitting comments on behalf of the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, SACOG, regarding the Carilion Boulevard Master Plan Agenda, item H on tonight's Galt City Council agenda. Creating communities that are walkable, bikeable, and reduce congestion is essential to the success of the SACOG blueprint and this region's long-range plan. The Metropolitan Transportation Plan, Sustainable Community Strategy. These plans achieve transportation, air quality, and other quality of life benefits by relying in part on transportation infrastructure and improvements proposed in the Carilion Boulevard Corridor Plan. The Sacramento region has many corridors that inefficiently manage congestion and are challenging for pedestrians and bicyclists. The plan will seek multimodal transportation improvements to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions by promoting active transportation and reducing vehicle miles traveled. The reduction from 4 lanes to 2 combined with roundabouts and buffered bike lanes will help to achieve these objectives. In 2009, SACOG funded the city's community design project for the Deadman Gulch Trail Connection project intersecting the Carilion Boulevard corridor. The funding paid for the construction of a trail connection with curb cuts, ADA ramps, safety signs, and lights, and connected 2 segments of a multi-use trail crossing Carilion Boulevard. Throughout this region in the U.S., more examples like what is proposed along Carilion Boulevard are making safer, more livable communities. Winters, Olivehurst, in Yuba County, and Roseville are all excellent examples with similar projects, including roundabouts. As such, SACOG supports the Carilion Boulevard Corridor Plan. Please feel free to contact SACOG staff member Greg Chu, g2@sacog.org if you have any questions. Mindy Altbins, I would like to address a concern I have with installing 11 roundabouts on Carillion. First of all, 11 roundabouts seems extremely excessive. We have stop signs at many of the cross streets already. These stop signs serve the purpose of keeping the community, most important, the children of Galt, safe while walking, riding, and scootering around town. These stop signs have crosswalks to aid in the safety as well. Secondly, adding these roundabouts will essentially condense Carillion down to one lane, thus impeding traffic instead of helping the matter. Also, many people still struggle with how to safely drive through such roundabouts, causing more of a safety concern. I believe that adding a stop sign with a crosswalk at Carillion and Foxhall would be helpful in keeping the community safe and slow the flow of traffic heading towards Simmerhorn. Thanks for your consideration. Britt Hammond, I'm writing to voice my opinion about the proposed redesign of Carillion. I'm not in favor of the proposed lane reduction and installation of multiple roundabouts on the street. I listened to the entire planning commission meeting and heard very strong arguments from citizens against the roundabouts. I know that I bike and walk the Carillion area daily, and I would stop doing so if I had to negotiate the roundabouts. I consider trying the Twin Cities roundabouts on my bike, but opted not to do it after observing cars making turns out of the roundabout without signaling. Additionally, I cannot support a 20-year plan for a current functioning street that will be able to handle the additional cars generated by the approved housing subdivisions. While grant money may be available, it would be prudent to delay taking state or federal resources that are not immediately necessary in these unpredictable and unprecedented times. I would also like to thank Mayor Sandu and Vice Mayor Lozano for directing my first email to the proper commission. That's what I have right now.
Tina, thank you. Tina, can you do me a favor if you don't have the count, how many total comments we have, and all the comments is local residents, and some of comment they're not mentioned on the comment and they are out of the city?
17 total comments.
Thank you, Paige.
Mayor, I also have some hands raised on the Zoom.
Yeah, go ahead.
When you're done with Tina's.
So I have 18 comments. One came in during the middle, and it looks like two, three, 4, 5 comments from companies.
The 5 comments from the groups, right?
Pardon me?
The 5 comments from the organization.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Rose, did you have anybody on?
I do. So the first one I will allow to talk would be Jean Davenport. Jean, go ahead. You've been unmuted.
Okay, thank you. I'm Gene Davenport. I live in the city of Galt. I want to start off by thanking Tom, whether I agreed with you or not on most issues. I want to thank you for your commitment, dedication, and the time you spent giving back to Galt. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jim.
That being said, on this plan, this is another one of the things that you guys want to just push through. And Chris said it, with the guy from Elliott Home on his subdivision even said he wanted to get that plan before this city council because he wanted it approved. And I think the same mentality follows with this program. And I just want to highlight a couple things. Todd saying that he's for alternative one. That's a $34 million commitment for 2.2 miles of road. I think that's disingenuous to a taxpayer base that struggles with government funding programs as it is. Also, you know, when they did this study, and Chris highlighted the idea of putting at Vintage Oak where they put the four-way stop sign in because there was a school down the street and it was creating havoc. That stop sign should have gone in 3 years ago. It should have been done a long time ago. In 18 years, it's been nothing but backup traffic on Vintage Oak for those schools. And the same thing goes now for the other schools along the way. I take my grandkids to school every morning when it's in session. And it's really comical how you learn how to navigate to and from schools. And almost every day it was a different route for me. So I don't think roundabouts and 2 lanes are going to help the situation. But even if you do make a plan, I don't think we need to go forward with this tonight. This is August. You know, Chris is going to go to Manteca pretty soon, and we're still going to be here trying to deal with what we have to deal with. The fact of the matter is, when Chris gets mad at Sean for bringing in Minnesota as an example, he brings in Elk Grove as an example. We're not Elk Grove. We're never going to be Elk Grove. We don't have the capability to grow to that. So I think we should just, you know, not worry about somebody's take on something. But when you say you're going to reduce the lane width and then put in traffic signals, you don't need traffic signals. You can put in stop signs. This is a community. The SACOG guy said that they wanted to make walking neighborhoods. Well, the 2009 general plan called for that. And every city council since that thing was installed has gone against the basic fundamental idea of the walkabout neighborhood. Look what we have today. It's just like Sacramento with this plan wants to change our general plan to what they want us to be. I've been told by council members that, well, they want us to build houses. Well, you know what? I mean, when are we going to get the amenities that taxpayers deserve, i.e. theaters, you know, other restaurants, the ability to do more, a 24-hour health clinic, things like that I think we deserve. But those aren't on anybody's drawing board, and I think it's disingenuous to the tax base. And everybody that's for this was probably asked to write a letter in support of it because they want this plan to go through. They don't live here. They partake in, like the quality control guy. That's his job. I mean, he's going to kind of like make things bigger than they are because that's his job. You know, it's what he's doing. But this project, alternative 1, is the worst. If you want to really do something for this neighborhood, you want to make a change to Carillion, go to alternative 2 and then look at it by shrinking your medium by 6 to 8 inches on either side. You save the trees, you get rid of some of the shrubbery, but you can expand your bike lane and you have the 4 lanes still. And I'm not so concerned about the 11 roundabouts because, like Chris said, they aren't going to happen overnight. It's going to, as things develop and go. But if you want to put a roundabout down on Lake Canyon and see how that progresses, that's a good idea. But you don't have to commit to alternative 1 because that's what Sacramento and that's what this engineer thinks is great. And that's what these guys are paid to do. They don't live here. They don't know how we operate. And they don't know how we go about our day-to-day lives. And I just want you guys to stop for one time and just say, you know, right now is not the time to pass this. This is just not the right time. And I think you should listen to your community. Like the planning commission chair said, the silent majority. Well, we're the silent majority and we had to show up tonight because we don't want this to go through. So please take that into consideration. And just remember that only one person locally was in favor of this. Everybody else that spoke has been against it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gene.
So next we have on to speak is Jerry Sauter. Jerry, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure. Jerry, thank you for coming for public comment. Go ahead. Jerry, can you hear us?
There you go. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Jerry Sauter, I live on Lakita Court in Galt. Just take a quick minute to thank Mr. Hagland and Mr. Arias for their service to Galt. I know Mr. Arias and I have, have certainly had some disagreement on this project, but wanted to just hit on a few points. I have attended as many meetings as I can on this, and just want to reiterate that your planning commission, I think, spoke pretty loud and clear. I also think that the idea of the silent majority, that somehow there's gobs and gobs of people out here, out in Galt that would be in favor of this. I think the fact that you've had this much community input that isn't warm and fuzzy to this proposal is kind of speaks volumes. I did perhaps misspoke at the Planning Commission and said that this was a solution in search of a problem. I think after the discussion tonight, I would amend that to say this is the wrong execution of maybe the right idea. I also thought Mr. Lozano's comments about Marengo Road is pretty telling. It's almost like we're making a plan to do something to Carilion Boulevard before we even know what the heck we're really going to do to Marengo. And maybe Marengo, since it's not already built out, that this type of traffic engineering for that road would be more appropriate. I'd also like to point out that a lot of the discussion has been surrounding a hybrid concept or minimizing the number of roundabouts. I discourage you from approving this option one, because if you do, the minute you need to do a traffic improvement and put in a roundabout, you're going to have to do the road diet. And I can tell the community is not in favor of the road diet. It's shrinking an existing road, and then we're going to build out Marengo Road because it needs more capacity, which just seems silly. You know, using Elk Grove as an example and Twin Cities as an example, you know, Elk Grove Boulevard, I lived in Elk Grove for 17 years. Elk Grove Boulevard was always 2 lanes. It was a little farm road, and we almost bought a house out there and didn't because the road was so bad. We're using examples of roundabouts that extended functionality of existing 2-lane roads to bring them up to capacity, and that's where they work, and they're very functional. Taking an existing 4-lane road to use roundabouts as, quote, traffic control does not seem, it seems disingenuous. And I also want to make a comment to the community member that said Carilion was meant to bring people from South Galt to North Galt as an alternative to 99. So I encourage you to listen to the public, and I think I'm at time, 3 minutes, right?
No, actually, you have 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. I wanted to make sure I don't go over times. Okay. So I just would encourage, you know, the comments made by Councilmember Lozano and Councilmember Farmer. I think there's, and even Mayor Sandu, is that there's a lot of questions surrounding how this is going to fit in. And I think diverting traffic to other roads, especially potentially some of the residential streets, that's a big concern. So to lock this into stone and have something as part of our community that the minute we need to make a traffic improvement like Walnut and Carilion and say, okay, we're going to put a roundabout in there, we're going to do a road diet, we're going to put in the roundabout, and we're going to set ourselves up for the next 20 years, the minute we need a change. And Todd has already said in this meeting that, well, I can think of a few roads that I'd like to recommend that get the first punch. So that's concerning. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Next, we have Karen Huss. Karen, go ahead. Karen, can you hear me? Let's try this again. Karen, are you there? Karen. Okay.
Karen, can you hear us?
So we're having some difficulties with Karen. I'll come back and
Yeah, come back and let's see if have anybody else on the.
let's try that again. Karen, are you there? Okay. So next we have Cami?
Go ahead, Cami.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Yes,
you.
we can. Thank you, Cami.
I live in Galt. Good evening, City Council and staff. First, I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge that today is the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment of our Constitution, which granted and guarantees women the right to vote. Additionally, today, Susan B. Anthony was pardoned. She, as a woman, voted, was arrested, and was convicted for doing so. That being said, this all taking place today speaks and today reinforces the importance of our government and our democratic process. It reinforces just how important it is that government listen to their constituents, that you each listen. The communication at the planning meeting was clear. The communication tonight has been clear. We're looking at 11 roundabouts over approximately 2.2 miles. The estimated cost of this project is about $34 million. Until the project is approved, we don't know where the money will come from, nor do we know how much money will come from grants. Additionally, no one has made any mention of the potential litigation being brought by the Sierra Club and other parties, and what financial exposure this may cause, nor is this at all referenced in the environmental status section of tonight's agenda report. To make one final note regarding the projection taking Carilion down to 2 lanes, if you go back and look, what actually changes? The traffic reduces on Carilion and shifts to Marengo, Walnut, and other surface streets. The number of overall cars traveling remains the same. The plan does nothing to actually reduce the emissions and greenhouse gases, as is the actual intent of the Climate Action Plan and the likely basis of potential litigation. I will be forward and say that I'm highly disappointed to see this plan move forward, not only after the 3-2 vote, but not even amended. The community was crystal clear in their communication that not only did they not want the Carilion Boulevard plan, they especially didn't want alternative 1. To blatantly ignore the will of the people, not go back to the drawing board and just push it through anyway is just a slap in the face, not only to the citizens, but to the democratic process itself. The people don't want this, and it shouldn't even have been on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Cami.
Thank you, Cami. We'll try Karen Huss again. Karen, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, great. Great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Karen Huss. I am a staff person with the Air Quality Management District. I do not live in Galt, but I have been doing planning work with your staff for probably about 12 years. You've already heard the letter provided by our executive officer, Alberto Ayala. And I just want to reiterate, we are supporting staff's recommendation to approve alternative 1 of the corridor plan. The analysis that your consultant conducted supports the recommendation. The improvements to the corridor over time will provide residents more travel choices, and that's where you get the reduction in emissions. You get people biking and walking and scootering on a safe, enjoyable corridor. And then I did also want to note that on EVs, I've heard that a couple of times, that aren't the cars going to be electric vehicles, so there won't be emissions. Well, when you have an electric vehicle, you plug it in. So there are emissions from those, from the energy that you're using to charge that car. So until about 2045, you're probably going to still have emissions from those EVs. Anyway, I thank you for your time. Thank you for considering air quality and greenhouse gas considerations in your decision tonight.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you. Next, we have Jay Vandenberg. Jay, can you
hear me?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I already submitted a written comment. I must have raised my hand by accident. I'd like to thank Mr. Haglund and Chris for their service, though. Thanks for the opportunity. Bye.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Faith. Faith, if I can have you unmute yourself.
I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
My name is Faith Harper. I live at 1023 Ambrosio Way. I've watched this community grow, and I thank all of the council members and Sean Farmer, who has responded to the questions my husband and I posed when this came up a year ago. I just want to look at a couple of things that have been touched on tonight. One is the fact that the Planning Commission did vote against this. Two, the way it is worded on the agenda, it says to adopt a resolution approving it, which is not a neutral statement for the council to consider. It implies that it is already a done deal. So I'm just concerned about that, as other people have expressed it. Many of the current concerns that my husband and I have already been touched upon. But as far as the safety factor, I'm looking at the type of roundabouts. We are against the roundabouts, especially the way they have been proposed. The 11 roundabouts and the road diet. When you have emergency vehicles, or let alone even trucks or buses that are pictured on your diagram, if you have trucks trying to maneuver around a roundabout, unless it is flat, sometimes they can't get around it. And if it's flat, then you still don't solve the speeding problem. Next, as far as the reduction of gases, it's a moot point in these times when you look at our drive-throughs and you see all of the cars sitting there. And as one person pointed out, you have to look at the entire city, not just at one intersection. I approached the city council the planning department 5 years ago because I wanted to see a four-way stop on Carillion and Ambrosio, because there was a school intersection there and the traffic was horrible. And I was told that all these studies would have to be made, that you just don't put these things up. So for each roundabout and for each stop sign, there would be a tremendous consideration. At this point, all I want to say is that I think that the council understands where the people are. And I think that they know how to address the concerns of their citizens. And I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have no further hands raised at this time.
Rose, how many comment we have?
We had 5.
Okay, thank you. Tina, anybody else on public comment written?
No, not at this time.
Hey, Mayor Sandu,
Yes.
I know Tina said there were 5 businesses. The Chantel Davis lady, actually, she has a stock consulting business, so she lives in town. So she was writing as a resident.
Thank you. Thank you, Paige. All right, if there is no other public comment, then I would like to move this, bring back that to the council. And before I have a very few, like a very brief comment on this project. I watched the Planning Commission meeting last week, and I appreciate their commissioner. I appreciate all the commissioners have their time, and even that meeting was almost 11:30. I really appreciate their feedback. I appreciate on this discussion topic. You know that the Planning Commission on this agenda item, before we go to detail, they clearly, and the Planning Commissioner usually vote on a agenda item, say we approve or not, but they even mention more. They said they don't want to go that agenda item to the council. And I believe we all understand they don't have the authority to approve, but they have the authority to recommend. But I was thinking the reason they said don't go to the council, because they think this agenda is not enough outreach to the community. So this agenda should go back to the council. And I'm not opposing at this time on this agenda item, but I'm certainly, my concern is this agenda item, alternative 1 or 2 or something else will come. It should work more with the community. And clearly the community speak on that. Even on the report, it says substantial community outreach. And there is 4 community outreach. And I personally I attended 2 of them. And there was citizens speak on that. But I'm not going to detail. I'm going to give an opportunity to the other council member. So I'm now going to Vice Mayor Lozano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. I do have some other questions for staff. I too, like all of us, have had the opportunity to speak with citizens and take citizen input the entire process, pretty much, including last year when we had some community meetings on it, and spoke with Miss Harper and Mr. Harper about it. And so, and then again, doing my own research as well. So I have a few questions. And maybe this is for Mr. Reyes. You talked about this being a process in which we've been at it for 2 years. Can you explain that? Because I get community members saying that we're rushing through this process, but my recollection, at least even before a year ago, when we had some public meetings about it, and I've attended probably, between planning commission meetings and public meetings, 2 or 3 of them as well. But what was the 2-year process that you spoke about early on?
Well, the 2-year process, really, I think when we start these processes, we first try to, get out and do some public outreach and do an existing conditions report, and that takes time. So you're looking at, a few months' time in doing that process. After you get your existing conditions report, you like to daylight it, get it around. You're looking at a couple other months. From there, now you're starting to, based on your existing conditions, look at, solutions of the existing conditions and the alternatives. So now we're looking at alternatives. We're having, a few more meetings. We're having public meetings and inner meetings with stakeholders and also staff. So now you're looking at another half year. So now once you've got some concepts together, now you're looking at some preferred alternatives. And when you get those preferred alternatives, now you're looking at, again, a public process, and you're bringing to, in this case, we brought the Planning Commission for a recommendation on an alternative. And the Planning Commission recommended pursuing the alternatives, but and to their credit, it was not specifically for alternative 1. It was specifically to evaluate alternative 1 and alternative 2. So once we then got the direction to look at those 2 scenarios, we then started our CEQA process, which takes roughly 6 months. So there we're probably about 1.5 years, right? So we're 1.5 years now. We probably would have brought this earlier to Planning Commission and Council. I think we lost 3 months because of COVID. So our goal would have been to bring this to you earlier, but we were trying to see if COVID would lift and then actually have live meetings. We were reluctant to do Zoom meetings with it because we know we had a lot of opposition to it. So our preference was to have live meetings. So that kind of extended our time period. So we're roughly now in the 2-year window of what we did, how we worked this project. And I will tell you, a 2-year process for a street boulevard improvement is not rushing it. That's probably 1 year behind.
Okay. So you talked about community outreach, and I asked about this at the one of the last meetings that we had, council meetings we had about this in terms of community outreach. And you talked about that during determining existing conditions and alternatives. What did that look like?
So I believe we had 2 meetings we used the public safety format to hold public meetings. So we had 2 there, and then we had 2 planning commission meetings to show alternatives. So Todd, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not looking at my sheet, but I believe that the public safety committees, one was in existing conditions and then just get ideas. And then the next was to kind of review some alternatives that we saw. Then planning commission, as a follow-up, was to show alternatives and talk about them.
That's how I remember it, Chris.
Okay, and then some other community concerns, and I don't believe this is the case, but I just want to double check. I spoke with people that mentioned that they were concerned about the median and trees being removed. And when I look at the staff report and everything that I've seen on it, we plan on keeping the trees in the median, right?
Oh yeah, look, the people who know me know that mature trees in the city as a street tree is a valuable asset. It's the second asset the city has that appreciates over time, right behind property. So it's something I never favor, taking down a mature tree for various reasons. So no, our goal is to protect the tree canopy. We believe that the possibility exists in the landscaping that we could, as we're doing the improvements and we encroach on some landscaping, that we have the opportunity to improve some of the shrubbery and ground cover with more drought tolerant species, but the mature trees will be left alone.
Okay, and one of the public comments mentioned the concept of, and I may have misunderstood it, but I think what I understood from it was the concept of narrowing the center median by 6 to 8 inches on each side, which would certainly, we'd have to do something with the shrubbery, but by narrowing that and then expanding the bicycle lane, so that would give us a 6 inches on each bicycle lane. What would that do with the existing situation in terms of the actual travel lanes? How would that impact those? And I know we'd have to move them over to get that extra 6 inches. But my understanding is we have 3 feet in gutter pan of a bicycle lane and then 2 feet additional in a bicycle lane that's asphalt. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And so that would give us another 6 inches. The idea that we need additional bicycle lane is based on, at least my understanding, and so just correct me if I'm wrong, is based on the fact that not only is it a complete streets process and improvement, but also it takes bicycles off the pedestrian walkways and puts them into bicycle lanes more than what exists today. And I'll tell you, I happen to live over in the Carilion Boulevard area, and one of the great things about our city is that you see full families out walking, at least pre-COVID, and certainly now, but not to the extent, but full families walking down Carilion Boulevard up to Rite Aid regularly, and they are dodging some bicycles here and there, and I get that. And the development there on the corner of Grand Oaks hasn't helped that process, but so was that the idea in terms of the bicycle lane and expanding that? I mean, I get that. Hey, you know what? If I'm going to go grocery shopping, I'm probably not taking my bicycle. But if I'm going to my friend's house that lives over, I have several friends, but believe it or not, but some of them live over there by the Elk Hills and Lake Canyon, and I drive there right now. And so the
You don't
idea,
want to doing there, Rich.
the idea is really that we get folks to go, hey, you know, I'm going to take my bike because I feel a little safer. Is that what I'm hearing from?
Yeah, that's a bullseye. I mean, the idea of someone taking a bike to go grocery shopping is not realistic. To even taking their bike to go to work, if people are commuting, isn't realistic. What we're hoping to do is provide a safe means of travel for those little local ones where you're not, needing cargo space in a vehicle, but you're doing little local travel that warrants it. And to me, the biggest problem we have on Carillion Boulevard are the schools. And so the idea of getting more kids to bike ride to school or walk to school is really important, because now you're alleviating traffic from the road and traffic in the peak hours that actually helps mitigate some of the problems on Carillion Boulevard. So the Northeast Area Plan was built beautifully. I mean, you look at that, the former planners here did a great job, because somebody can live in the Northeast area and walk and bike to elementary school, junior high school, and high school. The fact that we have so many kids being driven in single cars is really a tragedy. And when we talk to the school district, the first thing they say is public safety. So in public safety, what they say is, one, well, there's always kind of like the stranger abduction they're worried about, which we know is, very minimal, or the possibility isn't there, but it's vehicle safety. And that is a real concern. So vehicle safety is a problem. And it is illegal to ride your bike on the sidewalk in the city of Galt. So you have not only a conflict with pedestrian and bicyclists, it's illegal. And technically you can be ticketed. I'm pretty sure the chief wouldn't be policing that, but it is an issue. So yes, you are correct. Our goal is to, again, create that multimodal street that is neighborhood friendly. Carillion Boulevard is right through a primary residential neighborhood where you want to slow traffic. You want to get people out biking and walking. You want to make it that neighborhood friendly street. And, granted, we talked about diverting traffic to Marengo, but the diverted traffic to Marengo doesn't trigger Marengo into danger situations. If somebody else has additional questions on that, we can bring back Todd to talk about those numbers that are being diverted that do not trigger like warnings for us that there are going to be problems on Marengo. Marengo, as a 2-lane road, can handle that minor move over of traffic. So sorry, I know I went too long, but
It is, that's a great segue, because that was one of my other questions. The reason I asked the question earlier is because in the staff report, it said 15,000 cars would eventually be on Marengo on the south end of the school area. And I had seen that before, but it didn't really, I guess it just wasn't in perspective until here just in the last few weeks. And so my concern is the timing of that. And, there was one of the public comments that mentioned, not having a plan to address Marengo before the Carillion was built out. And I want to say that, this plan is a 20-year plan. And there has been comments to say that it's a short-sighted plan, and I really see it as more of a long-term plan. And so I just want to point those things out. And could you just go over one more time the process in which Marengo would be considered, along with the development of what is being proposed tonight, and how that interacts?
So as mentioned, we are, 5 years out at a minimum, most likely, from doing any improvements on Carillion Boulevard. We've got to finalize the plan. We've got to seek funding. There's a long process that goes into a construction process of this nature. So it takes time, and the funding is really the thing that takes the longest. So currently, we are undertaking a circulation element amendment to the city's general plan. And what that's going to do is it's going to relook at all the streets based on configuration, based on existing traffic flows, based on trip generation from projects we have in the hopper to build out of the city. And we get to look at that data and then determine, even based with Carillion Boulevard. So now that if Carillion Boulevard and alternative one gets approved, we now then focus on the circulation element to see what exactly does Marengo Road look like. So I want to reiterate that improvements on Carillion Boulevard would not be in advance of us knowing what we're going to do on Marengo. We are currently midway through that circulation element, and we would be far in advance of our circulation element amendment to City Council prior to improvements on Carillion Boulevard.
Okay, I have other points I'd like to make at a certain time, but I want to hear from my colleagues as well.
Thank you. Council Member Farmer.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for Todd before I make some comments on some notes I made real quick. What is the proposed speed limit? If you take the road, if you do the road diet and take it down to 2 lanes, does the proposed speed limit stay the same?
No, that's a good question. So speed limits in California are determined through speed surveys. So you go out there and you measure how fast cars are going, and you're restricted by California law to set the speed limit at the 85th percentile. So the speed the majority of traffic are going, except the outliers that are maybe going way too fast. So it's a little bit of a catch-22. You can't just arbitrarily lower the speed limits, but with the roundabouts, you're controlling that entry speed and the circulating speed to about 18 miles an hour through the roundabout in the interior of it. And I would anticipate the speed limit being 25 or so after the project is implemented.
But I'm talking about through the main arterial between the roundabouts.
That's what I mean. In between the roundabouts, we would not exceed speeds of 25.
So you're telling me, excuse me, if I understand this correctly, you're talking about if we take this street down to a road diet, the speed limit is going to be 25 miles an hour through the entire, except going through the roundabouts, which would be lower.
If you implement roundabouts, 25 miles an hour between roundabouts should be a reasonable speed.
I find that hard to believe that we would take, I don't know, that surprises me. I would have a hard time believing it's gonna be that low, but anyways, you know, again, you're the expert. I'll take it at that. I want to move on. You know, Karen Huss from the Air Board made a comment, and you know, I appreciate her writing in and making her comments, but you know, I think along with her and the other person from the Bicycle Coalition, you know, these people need to understand that, and Chris even touched on it, you know, Galt's not really, you know, the type of community that's going to be like people are going to start commuting to work. I mean, most bicyclists are recreational bicyclists. So her perception that this is somehow going to create a whole slew of people commuting to work and all that is just not, it's not going to happen. And so, I mean, we might create some more recreational bicyclists, but again, I go back to the bicycle lane. Even with the wider bicycle lane, you know, I just don't know that I would feel comfortable if we're talking about recreational bicycling only. I just don't know that I would feel comfortable with my, you know, if my kids were young, having them ride on the roadway with just a little white hashtag line separating them. I mean, I know it's illegal to ride on the sidewalk, but Carillion's got these great sidewalks. I just envision, you know, a lot of parents saying, you know, little Johnny staying on the bike on the sidewalk. I don't think you're going to get people other than professional cyclists or adults to use that lane. So, you know, it doesn't mean we're not going to have an increase in that. But, you know, also too, what bothers me kind of a little bit, and I think a couple of people really touched on it here, the bigger picture here is we keep talking about reducing emissions, and you touched on it as well, Todd. And I think, you know, we sit here and act like we're being good humans to the environment by looking at this plan where we're going to somehow, you know, make a dramatic effect by we're going to take, you know, another 5% of people out of their cars and put them on bikes, and that's going to make some effect, or maybe it's 10 or maybe it's 20. But, you know, in the last 10 years, the city of Galt has approved 7 drive-throughs. Well, actually, it's probably 6, 7 might be close, but 6 drive-throughs, which clearly, idling and all that. I mean, anybody who knows air quality is going to tell you that there's a big problem there. So we just have no regard for that. But then over here, we want to say, oh, we're going to be good people and we're going to, do something for the environment. I think if we're going to do something, we need to be responsible about it as a whole, and we need to be looking at the big picture. I kind of dismiss that part of it. I don't think it's really going to, check that box like we think. And roundabouts, roundabouts solve a problem of traffic congestion. They do, absolutely. I don't dispute it at all. They absolutely do. But that's a problem we don't have. And what roundabouts don't solve, in my opinion, is a safety issue. The issues that a lot of these citizens were commenting on, like Miss Beckett was saying, she rides bikes a lot. She'd like to see she was concerned about some crossings. There's a couple intersections that several people spoke of that have issues. We have some issues on some spots, but I don't think roundabouts are going to solve the issues on those. To look at the problems I think we have with Carilion and say we're going to solve those problems with the proposed plan as it is, it's like trying to put a candle out with a fire hose. I just think it's a little overkill. I think that I really kind of like the idea of maybe a hybrid. I'm not against roundabouts. I just think we need to look at this a little more carefully. And I think it's like you guys were talking about the street where Chris lives, where you have a mixture. You have a couple roundabouts, you have a stop sign, you have a light. There's different control aspects work better at different intersections. I just don't know that I like, again, the roundabouts in those areas. And last, before I let somebody else go on, is I want to talk about the public input. In my opinion, the public input was very poor, and I'm not faulting the city for that. The city does what it has to do. The city had 2 public safety meetings. We had a elementary school meeting. We had two planning commission meetings. So there's 4 or 5 opportunities for people to show up and voice their opinion on this. The problem is, and this is really a bigger picture, but I want to tie it into this because I think a lot of us understand this is a big problem that we need to be tackling head on. Is, the city of Galt needs to be better about pushing information instead of just making it available. To just say, well, you could have commented at the planning commission meeting would mean that person would have to know about it being in the planning commission meeting, which means they would either have to be cruising the city's website regularly, maybe following the city's Facebook page, and that's it. And I mean, people talk about the silent majority. We've heard a lot of people tonight that are opposed to this. We heard a few people that were in support of it, but I think really all those people are really the minority. I think the majority here, the silent majority here, is the people that don't even know about this project. I have spoken to at least a dozen people this week that live in the Carilion area that had no idea what the Carilion master plan even was. And that to me is what bothers me. I feel like, yes, we've had these opportunities, but we can't always blame the public as being the people like, well, it's your fault. You didn't pay attention to what we were doing. We need to be better at engaging the public and pushing this information out. I know it's tough during COVID right now. I get it. It's a very tricky time to do stuff like that. But if we were better at outreach in situations like this, I think that you would have more people coming to the table. You might have a lot more people in support. It may be a lot more people in opposition. We don't know. But the problem is there's a huge majority of people out there, the thousands of people that live in the Carilion area that are just not even watching this meeting tonight. They don't know anything about this. And so I think, we need to think about that. I personally would like to see, and I just want to throw this out there because I may not get another chance to talk after everybody else goes. I personally would like to see, no offense, Chris, I know Chris really wants this project to go through, and I know how much he cares about this project, and I'd love to see him, have this before he goes. But I would like to see this go back to planning and visit a different version of this. I think that if we could come up with a hybrid version, I think we could convince some people that maybe are on the fence or people that maybe are in opposition to maybe reconsider their thoughts about it. Maybe we could come up with maybe no road diet, but working the bicycle lane. It seems to be the main thing that people want. We can maybe do a roundabout here or there, some traffic, whatever. But I think we need to go back and rethink this with more community input, have something get to the planning, get their blessing, and then come to the council with knowing that we have, extensive community input. We have the blessing of the planning commission, and then us as council members could be in a better position than we are tonight, where we have all this controversy surrounding this project, and we can approve something at that point. That's my 2 cents right now. But if next person wants to go, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Farmer. Councilmember Lamson. Councilmember Lamson, you are there?
You're mute, she's muted.
Sorry, I unmuted twice. Who would be responsible for the upkeep of the roundabouts, Parks and Rec or Public Works?
Parks and Rec is required, they do landscaping. The Public Works Department does road maintenance. So it's a combination of the two.
Okay. And then would Walnut be going on a diet if they did the roundabout at Walnut and Carillion?
No, but we have, you know, for a complete streets model, we have early considered what can Walnut look like, and early views of Walnut are that we have right of way to do 2-lane each direction, so 4-lane complete streets because of no center median. Because there's no center median there, we have opportunity to do more of a complete streets model there. So I would think that one of our studies in the future would focus on Walnut and perhaps helping that match up to what Carillion looks like. But I wouldn't envision it going from 4 lanes to 2.
Okay. And the public, there seem to be a lot of comments about take the money downtown, take the money to the overpass. Why can't you take the money downtown into the overpass?
Because that's not what the grant was intended for. So the grant initially was for the climate action plan, and which was kind of a shock to us that the Energy Commission was allowing projects or programs that were consistent with the climate action plan to be eligible for the grant. So we included Carillion Boulevard as part of the grant application because it certainly corresponds with the climate action plan. So we were fortunate enough to get the grant for it, but we would have to make a case that some roadway somewhere else would meet the objectives of the climate action plan and of the Energy Commission. And I don't think we had that in downtown or Old Town.
So if we don't use it, we have to give the money back or not,
We
just
would
not accept it.
No, correct. It would just go to some other jurisdiction.
Okay, so even though it's taxpayer money, somebody would spend it. That's
Yeah, it was a competitive grant. If we did not receive it, somebody else would have. And look, Galt, we received $650,000 from the Energy Commission, and we beat out bigger cities to get that fund. It was really quite a coup for us to receive that funding. And that was part of, I think, a stimulus package from the Obama administration that funded that initially. But had we not received that grant, it would have been given to some other jurisdiction.
Okay, and I think one of the public comments, maybe Vandenberg, he said that city staff at the commission, planning commission, insisted on only one. Did you guys insist on only one?
Yeah, look, the planning commission was free to recommend either alternative, 1 or 2, or no alternative, just as the city council does tonight. So if you look in the city council recommendation, there's 3 alternatives. Now, it wasn't that clear in the staff report for planning commission, but we had verbally told them that they can vote for alternative 1, alternative 2, or none. And when they voted to not bring the project forward, we indicated that it's not in their, it's not in their power to do that. And we tried to encourage a vote one way or the other, go either 1, 2, or none. And we could not get that from them.
Yeah, okay. It's hard. This town isn't known for making changes, even though sometimes they elect officials to make changes. It's hard. So can be exciting, but it can be hard. So that's about all I have on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Lamson. Before I go to the next council, Chris, I have a question. This grant, it's for 3 projects, right?
Yes.
Climate Action Plan, Market, and the Carillion Boulevard.
Yes. So Galt Market Master Plan.
Staff already divided on 3, and the other, still there is one project, Market 1. How you guys divided? And how much you guys already spend on the planning?
I don't have my numbers in front of me, but the climate action plan, I believe, was roughly 100,000 of the grant. The Curlian Boulevard master plan, probably 350, somewhere in that. And then the balance is the Galt Market community plan.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The council member Campion.
Thank you. There's been a lot of discussion tonight on this, and I think one issue, in my opinion, has not been, it was touched on somewhat with members of the public, but my biggest concern here is for pedestrian as well as bicycle safety. And after listening to the discussions, listening to the consultant, reviewing what this plan would accomplish in those specific areas, I feel much more comfortable than when I did coming into this. I think about it, and Sean, you asked a very good question. What is the speed out there? Well, I'm out there on Carilion Avenue at least 3, probably 4 times a week. And one thing I do notice, most people aren't doing 45, they're doing in excess of 45. And I think there's a reason why people are not on that street, particularly using the bicycle, because the traffic is so fast. I also observe on a regular basis, people rolling through stop signs. They don't come to a complete stop. They don't come to a complete stop when they make their right-hand turn at a stop sign, and they don't stop when they go through the stop sign. If in looking at the overall benefit of this, to me, you would accomplish traffic calming and speed reduction. I mean, the numbers that the consultant has given us, in estimating what the speed limits would be based on the installation of the roundabouts, you're talking maybe 25 miles per hour is what he had quoted, versus 45 as it is today. Well, if you also looked at the slide that he had that showed the travel time from Cimarron to Twin Cities, even at 25 miles an hour, because it's continuous traffic and continuous movement, your time frame is less than the current condition. So to me, it tells me 2 things. 1, it's more efficient, and 2, it is certainly safer. And it's safer, and I think in a number of different ways. 1, they talked about the conflict points at the intersection. You go from eight conflict points on a roundabout, and you've got 32 plus, or 32 at least, on a 2-way intersection. And he wouldn't even estimate what the conflict points were on a 4-way. You've also reduced the travel width and exposure of a pedestrian in crossing the street. They would be protected for a portion of that under the roundabout, where they are offered no protection under the current or existing condition. I look at all of the issues, and when it comes right down to it, I think traffic safety, pedestrian safety, and bicycle safety should be a priority. And based on those types of things, I believe that this type of improvement would go a long way for the community. I've walked out there 2 to 3 times a week on the trail system and on the sidewalks. And it's scary, particularly if you've got, a child or a grandchild with you. You do not want your kids close to the roadway because of the excessive speed that people travel. And I think that is a significant concern. At the same time, I understand it's changed. People are used to, the way the road section looks today, how they operate, maneuver through the neighborhoods. But I think in the long run, when you look at the traffic safety that is accomplished by these improvements, and it's going to take a long time. This is not going to happen. There is no funding identified at this point. I think it's important to weigh those types of things against. And I haven't heard a good argument to say as to why we would leave it as it is, knowing what has been disclosed tonight as part of this presentation and the issues associated with traffic safety. So that really kind of summarizes my overall impression of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member want to make any other comment? Any other councilman out there to make any comment?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I would like to also again.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Sorry, I'm having problems with my mouse here, getting up to the unmute button. Apologize for that. You know, I think in looking, if you were to tell me tomorrow we're going to put 11 roundabouts in, I would absolutely be totally against it, just because the havoc that would create in the community. You know, the learning curve, education of how to maneuver roundabouts. Again, I want to point out that I've had the opportunity to live in a community that's had roundabouts, and you know, I have this discussion in my home quite a bit about Carilion Boulevard and about whether or not you know, two or four lanes is appropriate. I will have to say this, since this issue's been kind of in my mind for about the last year, I've done just kind of an unscientific study on my own, and I happen to travel down Carilion Boulevard from Twin Cities south to my home through the Walnut intersection every day. And I've been intentionally going down that roadway for a long time. And I get usually anywhere from 4:30 to 7 o'clock at night, anywhere in there. It's generally the rush hour time, right? And so I've been kind of doing it, again, like I said, an unscientific study. And as I'm traveling, I don't think I've ever had any more than 4 or 5 cars traveling in the same direction from Twin Cities to south of Walnut. And in the other direction, I can't ever remember counting any more than, you know, a dozen cars going north. And so the debate that I always have with myself and my family is really, you know, at what point have we had the absolute need, even with build out, to have that much lane space? And it, you know, it's just, it seems like a lot of room, even when you look at the projections of build out, to have for the amount of traffic that it's going to hold. Now I get that when Eastview builds out and things, Marengo's gonna have to get improved, and but that's not going to change what Carilion is going to be responsible for. And so you know, it's interesting in that the information that's flown out in the community is that 11 roundabouts are coming, and you know, it's a ridiculous plan. And I would agree that if 11 roundabouts were coming next year, that would be absolutely ridiculous. I like the fact that the proposal is, at least it's a phased in approach over you know, a period of time. And so I just want to point that out. I too believe, like Councilmember Farmer mentioned, that it does do a lot for vehicle traffic, and roundabouts really address that. You know, I'm not so much concerned about the impact of, I'm not as hung up on the impact of the air quality piece, because I do believe that air quality is, yeah, we need to do what we can everywhere we can, but you know, we have a drive-through and then we have a roundabout, and it, you know, whether it cancels it out or not, I don't know, but I think that's just a side benefit to it. But how do people get off of Lake Canyon and onto Carillion? How do people get off of Elk Hills and onto Carillion? That's a little bit of Frogger there, and I've seen during high traffic times, during the morning commute when kids are going to school, and this is back obviously when schools were in, people having to wait quite some time, and I've heard from community members about waiting to try to get onto Carillion. So those are all things that I certainly considered, and a 20-year plan to address traffic as a whole. I would just hate for our community to get to the point where we need to do something and we don't have a plan in place. And we've seen it in other issues in our government here locally here recently, where we've had to make some draconian decisions based on the fact that we didn't do anything before. And so I'm just real cautious of that, and I'm real cautious of leaving my kids with, in 20 years from now, an issue with traffic. Presumably they are able to afford a house in Galt, with a traffic mess. And so, like I said, I am a proponent of roundabouts. I think they're healthy. I think they're good. The point of reducing the pedestrian exposure to traffic by way of reduced amount of crosswalk is healthy, I think, and certainly the bicycle issue. Now, are people going to ride in the bicycle lanes more? Not immediately, but at some point I think it'll be something that the public will be able to utilize more. So those are just some of my additional thoughts based on the other council members' comments.
Thank you, Mr. Lozano. I have a few more thoughts on that plan. Alternative one. One thing is if we all know this is the best boulevard in this town at this time. The second, my concern is the Planning Commission recommendation. The third, my concern is, and we all know, the public outreach due to different regions, especially on COVID-19. We does not have a public reach out there. We don't make a good job to do the public outreach. Otherwise, if we have a good public outreach, we should not be have a 17 or whatever amount is going oppose that project. And I do have a problem with alternative one. It may be, if it's gonna go back to the Planning Commission, have a more public comment, they can come up some kind of maybe alternative second, or maybe something middle of that. And I do understand we need to do something in there, but there is right now that's 2 lanes in the next 30 years, 20 years. And if you're gonna say you're gonna going to reduce the speed, making from 2 lane to 1 lane, so that's mean everywhere where is traffic is, just make the speed, the people are speeding, make from 2 lanes to 1 lane, and that's not right. Third thing is $34 million. Even we said it's not overnight, it's not this year, but if we're gonna prove that, we start something project, and usually it don't easy to change the plans. If we make a plan in the beginning, then we do not waste the money. And the other thing is why we have a imminent danger. As this staff wants to prove this tonight, what kind of imminent danger on this? And this all kind of thing I'm thinking behind. And there is concern, there is school, and a different opinion. Yes, myself, I do, if there is a combination of that boulevard, is a different story. But close to the school, if there is a roundabout, how can it work? And moreover, there's two streets. One is Vintage Oak. Their house is very close to on the corridor, and also on Chelsea. How these people, their life, when they bought a house, they were living in a good life. Same thing everybody else. Same thing my colleague Rachel Lozano. He bought a house. He enjoyed it. Same thing I enjoyed. But we want to make sure the plan we forward, we want to be a long term. We cannot just after a year and 2 years, we can change the plan. And especially public input is very important. And that's me. Any other council member want to put any comment?
Yeah, I'd like to say something else. First of all, I respect, all the comments of the council. We all obviously, a lot of times we see things different ways, but I just want to remind everybody, once this notch is annexed, that is and the city is tied together. Carillion Boulevard will be the main artery. Again, I want to remind people it will be the main artery connecting the east side and all those residents to the original side of town, the main pathway. To take that and reduce it down to 25 miles an hour, I mean, I don't even know if anybody would even want to drive on that street at 25 miles an hour. I mean, I don't warrant that. I'm not saying it wouldn't be safe. It's clearly going to be a lot safer if people are going 25, but I just don't even see how. I'm almost curious to go drive it tomorrow just at those speeds to see how long it takes. But I want to quote, I want to touch on what Rich said. Rich was saying that he doesn't, he wants to make sure he doesn't leave his children with a traffic problem in the future. And he's forecasting the future. But I want to read from our staff report. Page number 2 says, through our analysis, neither the existing or the projected future volumes are sufficient to warrant the need for a 4-lane corridor. So let me repeat that again. Future projections do not warrant the need for a 4-lane highway. So how can we say, based on our experts, GHD, are saying that they don't even project future need is going to even be necessary to have 4 lanes? So how would there possibly be a traffic problem if it's not even going to be up to par for the 4 lanes? And then also, the focus of this plan, the main focus of this plan, it says the focus of the plan is enhancing active modes of transportation such as cycling, walking, etc. So that is the focus of this, to enhance modes of transportation. And that's what I was suggesting. I hear a lot of people saying we need a better bike lane, we need this, that. I think we can accomplish that without doing everything we're talking about doing. I think we can accomplish those things that a lot of the people that are in support are saying, yeah, I'm support this because I like a better bike lane. I haven't heard anybody that says I support it because I want to see a road diet. I haven't heard that at all. All I've heard is I want a better bike lane. I don't feel safe biking, or there's some uncontrolled intersections that I'm afraid to cross right now, which are could be easily solved with easier means. And as my colleague Mayor Sandhu said, $34 million for 2 miles of road, $34 million. Now I know we're not going to spend it all at once. I mean, we're going to spend it over 20 years. But that's a huge amount of money for a road that is arguably the best street in Galt by far. I was driving on it today and I was like, it doesn't even feel like Galt to me. It's just, I felt like I was in Elk Grove or something. There's this modern thoroughfare, and there's all these trees and it's real beautiful and everything. And then we want to spend $34 million to change that, when clearly the staff report contradicts itself left and right, that we don't, I don't feel like we need to do that. I feel like we have a few things that need to be addressed, traffic not being one of them. Safety I think is the main, and it's a couple uncontrolled intersections and some, safer bike lanes. We put in the bike lanes from Safe Routes to School. We got a lot of good things from that grant. We got a lot of half crossings, blinking crossing indicators and things, which were all great. I wasn't a fan of the bike lanes at the time. I'm not going to change my mood on that. I just think they were a little overkill, but a lot of people are like, hey, we got, some cool bike lanes now. But do I think it increased bike traffic in Galt? Not really. I'm a bicyclist. I hardly ever see people riding those bike lanes. So again, I think to spend $34 million to make a better bike lane, I think it's penny wise, pound foolish, but if we can somehow come up with a hybrid plan on this to come up with better bike lanes, I think we'd be solving and checking a lot of boxes here. And so, what I get here, I can already see how this is going. I feel like, again, I'm going to hear it tomorrow, citizens saying, our comments fell on deaf ears because the council knows better than we do. And that seems to be the consensus nowadays. So I can just tell you straight up, I'm not going to support the plan as it is. I would love to vote for this in a different form. And I would totally support it if it was in a different form. I would like to see it go back, get reworked a little bit. Let's come up with a compromise, something that I can get behind. But tonight it's going to be a no for me. And I'm sorry to say that. And it might pass, and then it is what it is. But we'll see what happens.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just have one comment real quick, and I'll be brief, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I don't necessarily, Councilmember Farmer, I don't necessarily think that my comments were all inclusive in terms of why I think it's a good, at least a plan that we can get behind, was just because of bike lanes. I mean, we heard a lot tonight on, when you talk about the road diet, that's an issue of traffic calming, and traffic circles allow access into out of the neighborhoods onto Carillion. And so there was more to it than that. I was just pointing out some of the highlights that I've heard of, and some of the highlights of people that have talked to me about, what Carillion really is to them. And you're right, it's an absolutely beautiful street. I think that our medians are full of trees and shrubbery, and would I like them trimmed a little more often? Absolutely. But it is a beautiful street, and so I just wanted to point out that wasn't all inclusive. It was just a couple of highlights to point out some things. I truly think that the traffic issues, whether there's 2 or 4 lanes on it, you're right. It's not going to necessarily, at full build out, it's not going to create any other issue. I mean, 2 lanes is going to be sufficient. My concern more is from people on Lake Canyon entering onto Carillion, the same with Elk Hills onto Carillion. The other streets, an example is Walnut. Walnut right now, isn't necessarily a huge issue, although I do see and hear about traffic collisions at Walnut and Carillion. And everyone's been through there here recently, that's a huge intersection. I always ask myself, how is that possible that with a 4-way stop and a huge intersection like that, we still have traffic collision? But and then some of those other streets do have stop signs already. So it's more than just bicycle lanes for me and pedestrian safety. But I like I said, I was pointing those out to make a point that it does improve those things, I believe. And so at the end of the day, I would be, and I guess I'll ask staff this. I mean, it's been brought up about doing some kind of hybrid between alternate 1 and 2. Based on staff and the consultants' expertise, what would that look like, or what are the, I guess, what are the benefits, or what could we do to reduce the amount of cost and increase the safety, or from what we have now to something in between alternate 1 and this?
Frankly, there's no benefit. There's no improvement to performance. And if you start mixing the controls at the corners or the intersections, you're basically missing the point of the plan. I mean, the plan is to have the road function not only from all the safety and all the issues that everybody talked about, but performance is better in the scenario that we have. So as Todd showed in his presentation, when you go from point A to point B, one side of Carillion Boulevard to the other, it functions best with those roundabouts. If we start putting in stop signs or stoplights just to make it feel more comfortable for those who may be resistant to change, you're altering the overall performance of the road and basically not achieving some of the goals and benefits that we are getting. So our recommendation is not to mix the strategies. We feel that we have a sound strategy moving forward. It achieves the objectives. And, you know, many people stated it here today. And I know it's hard to, this could represent a big change for how people drive that corridor or view that corridor down the road. And I get change is hard, but I will guarantee that people who object today will be back, if they're still around, 5 to 10 years, if this builds out, and say they were wrong. Just like this opposition that we're getting now, we had to the Twin Cities roundabouts. We have been through this before. We had people telling us those will never work. We're crazy. But we had, and this is what I love about Galt residents. They came into this department and said they were wrong, and they appreciate what they have done. And I am confident that our alternative one, as presented, will be in that same manner. And we're not in planning, we're not unaccustomed to that type of thing. We had many opposition to Walmart, and many of the people who objected to Walmart have been in telling us all the scare tactics that all the fear that was imposed upon them by those who opposed it never really materialized, that it works and it functions. So I'm confident that alternative one will function in the same manner. And I don't recommend and would not suggest mixing strategies.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion.
Kurt Campbell, I still have a more comment myself.
Okay.
Chris, yeah, still, I'm talking about on the Elgro Boulevard. You know, on that boulevard, I drive by. That boulevard is working perfect, and that on boulevard still have a lights and the stop sign. And there is possibility if we go back and alternative 2, I'm not talking about between alternative 2 and alternative 1, having some more community input, and there is any possibility to do, you can recommend that?
I would not. I know this is, there's a couple reasons why I wouldn't. Again, I'm confident in alternative 1. I do believe that's a superior alternative for Carilion Boulevard. There's been no data to change my mind. I understand the public. There are some members of the public that are opposed to it, and I can appreciate that and respect them for their opinion. But I don't believe that we would change our alternative based on additional meetings. I think comments will still be relatively the same, and we end up with a watered down version of what we believe the plan to be. In addition to that, I am leaving and I won't be here. And my hope was to kind of, some of these more problematic projects, I don't pay attention to council when they're in office or not, but I didn't want to leave challenging projects because I know these are controversial and I did not want to leave them to whoever replaces me. So my hope was to button up projects before I leave that I know are going to cause some angst with staff. So I'm hoping whoever follows me doesn't have to go through a 4-hour meeting to get the next version approved. So that was my intent, to kind of move to tonight, but we followed all procedure. We had noticed the project correctly. For a project that never had noticing, we certainly get a lot of people involved. So, people are here, people are weighing their opinion. I have not seen people's opinions change much, and I doubt we can accomplish that. So I would not recommend that, no.
Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome.
I understand that, this is your last meeting. And, personally, I respect you a lot. But I'm just asking staff, what kind of imminent danger if we don't prove tonight? And we already have your opinion, we already have consultant opinion. What can be imminent danger?
There is no imminent danger. As I think Council Member Lozano asked a question about timing, we are already a year behind schedule. So for us, the goal was not to further put this project behind schedule and leave it to whoever follows me. This project is overdue, and we believe that we had done all the requirements plus some that we were supposed to do. So there is no imminent danger. It's the timing. We're past due. There's no benefit to further delaying the project.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other council member before we take a motion? Any other council member want to make any comment on this?
Yeah. Hey, Chris, what would be the first priority, and has all the grant money been spent, or do we still have some left?
There might be some residual money, at least for this project, to finish out paying the consultant. But we still have money unspent in the grant as it relates to the Galt Market Community Plan.
So what would be your first, what do you think, if we approve this, what would happen first in 2 to 5 years down the road?
So first would be, we have to then identify, what we consider, the more important intersections to address it. Todd, as the traffic expert, has already had, I'm certain he's got recommendations, and then we go seek funding for it. And that is the difficult challenge. I mean, money isn't readily available. When we would be able to get funding for it, I don't know. And in addition to that, Public Works then has to put it into their CIP project list to then pursue. And I don't know, maybe, I don't want to pull, I don't know if Mike Selling is still with us, but hey, there he is. It ultimately becomes a Public Works project, and they're more responsible for timing, but it is not a quick process.
Yeah, I mean, if we were successful in getting funding, well, depending on what, GHD would recommend, I probably have a couple ideas too, where I think that they would likely target first, but, you're probably talking a couple, $2-3 million project, and depending on the flavor of money, if it's federalized, I mean, you're talking, probably a three-ish year process to go through an environmental and design and then construction. So
On just like one section, or the road diet first?
it would, it would depend on what they'd recommend. If we were going to look at a segment, if we were going to look at, a specific intersection, or maybe a couple intersections, and what that segment might be between them. So, and again, we would probably, look at whatever funding we might be seeking, grant funding, and then, you tailor the project to try to maximize the potential to secure that funding, so to be successful. So.
Good point.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member want to make any comment?
My last comment before Kurt can go ahead with his motion. I have a lot of respect for Chris. Chris has been here a long time, done a lot of things for the city, and Chris and I get along very well. We don't always see eye to eye on everything, but I respect him. In this case, I just have a hard time believing that the council is going to vote on this tonight, because we're wanting Chris to allow to tidy up his desk before he goes. I mean, it seems like that's kind of what's going on. He's like, I don't want to leave this for the next person. Well, for me, I want to get it right. It's not like, well, let's just approve it because, maybe we won't build for a few years, or maybe we won't build it at all. We still have to get the money. But if that's the case, then why do we approve anything? If things may not happen or whatever, then why are we approving them? Approving them is making them official. So I'll leave that at that. But I want to say, you said, Chris, that change is hard and people have a hard time with change. But let me tell you something that's even harder than that. What's harder than that, and harder than change, is citizens continuously feeling like their council members don't listen to them. That's what's hard, and I hear that every day. So minds have been made. Guess we're going to do what we're going to do. But I just want everybody to think on that tonight.
Thank you. If there is no more comment, any comment from the staff? Then now I can entertain a motion on that agenda item.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion, but before I do that, I want to make it abundantly clear that my decision to vote on this project tonight is in no way influenced by whether Mr. Arias is an employee of this city or not. And the timing of that has nothing to do with it. I've evaluated this project independently, used my own judgment, and based on the facts as I see them, believe that it is a good project for the city. So I just want to make that clear. And my motion is to approve the resolution, approving the Carilion Boulevard corridor, initial study mitigated neg deck, and approving alternative 1.
I'll second.
I'd like to make a second motion.
Go ahead, Sean.
I would like to make a secondary motion that we push this project back to the Planning Commission for further community input and reevaluate for some sort of hybrid plan, and then represent to City Council at a date within, say, the next couple months.
And before anybody make a second, before I going to make a second, I just want to clear. Chris, working from last year, 15 years. I agree with what his decision is, but I was elected to listen to these people. I was elected because if there is a no immediate, I like to do a second, more involved with the Planning Commission and more community involvement. So Tina, can you make a roll call, please?
So if I could just clarify the substitute, that there would have been a substitute motion by Councilmember Farmer. I believe it was seconded by the mayor. Is that correct? So that motion will be voted on first. The last motion is voted on first.
I have, Mr. Mayor, I have clarification to ask staff real quick on the second motion. How many times has this project been heard at the Planning Commission level?
3 times. No, actually, I think I take Todd. I'm not looking at my notes, but it's possible even 4 times.
I think there was 2 safety commissions and 2 public, two planning commission.
So there were 2 public meetings for the Planning Commission prior to us selecting an alternative. So then we presented it to them, I think a 3rd time for consideration, but then they deferred that for another month, which then created the 4th meeting.
Chris,
Yes,
just to be clear, the last time when it finally went to the Planning Commission for approval, there was only 1 alternative being suggested.
Correct. We were recommending only 1 alternative. That's correct.
Okay, so just so I have this right, it really was only 3 times, but the Planning Commission continued it for another.
Yeah, very true. That's
okay.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the case, I just want to make sure to the staff clear, because we are in the middle of the COVID-19 and public does not get all the opportunity. So
we agendize all these meetings consistent with the Brown Act, and so the public has had quite a bit of opportunity to be able to participate both in the Planning Commission meeting and the City Council meeting, I think, which is as evidenced by the involvement of the public at both those meetings, both tonight and especially the last 2 meetings of the Planning Commission. So I wouldn't want to create the illusion that somehow the public hasn't had an opportunity to be involved, either by submitting their written comments or by appearing online.
No, that's fine, Tom, but my thing is the COVID-19 is everywhere. It's not just this agenda. And we know we did for last 3 months. It's effect on the business, it's effect on the agenda. The people does not have the time. The people does not, they are under COVID-19. And this is effect with the public comment. It's not just this agenda item all over. Thank you.
Sean, what did you say the timeline would be?
A couple months to allow the yourself and Kurt to still be a part of the process. I thought that would be fair. I just want to be, and the main reason I know that you, Tom and Chris both said there's a lot of public input, but I want to remind people how that input, how those people were noticed. I mean, Chris, could you answer that? How was the public noticed? Was it just, you know, the council agendas posted on the city website and then we put it on Facebook? Are those basically how it was, all these opportunities were noticed to the public?
Well, we were making it a point to put in separate notices on the website and Facebook, and then we pay attention to where it goes on Facebook. And once it gets on Facebook, we find that's probably our most effective means of getting the word out. So that has worked for us in the past, especially the more recent past, and that has seemed to work. So we have gone above and beyond. In addition to those, we've had it in a couple of city manager updates recently. I have reported out on that to, I think, city council meetings a couple of times. So we haven't been hiding, you know, the project and where and when it's coming.
I'm not saying you're hiding it. I'm saying, you know, if somebody's not watching the city website or following the city's Facebook page, they probably were clueless of this. And I've discovered that in great length over the last few days about how many people I spoke with that just didn't have any idea about it at all.
It was in the newsletter too.
Okay.
And Sean, remember you and I think, made a couple tweaks to it when we were on the safety committee before you were actually elected. And they did do a few of the things that we requested way back then too.
No, they didn't. It was still, the roundabouts was not what, it's irrelevant. I don't want to continue talking about it.
Okay.
Anybody on the phone?
Yes, this is Kurt. My computer battery is dead.
Oh. Okay, Kurt. Tina, could you create that substitute motion, and I will just to roll on it.
I'm sorry, you want me to read it back to you? Is that what you said?
Yeah, substitute. Can you just read
The
it?
substitute motion I have presented by Farmer is push the project back to the Planning Commission, receive additional community input, and bring back to the City Council within 2 months.
Thank you. Councilmember Farmer moved the motion and second by me. Ina, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Vice Mayor Lozano,
No.
Councilmember Farmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Campion.
No.
Councilmember Lamson,
I'm gonna say yes.
Mayor Sandu.
Yes. So motion passed with 3-2. Thank you.
So just to clarify, since the substitute motion passed, that moots the first motion, and we do not take a vote on the first motion.
So we don't take the vote on the first motion, right?
Correct.
Okay, so then we move to the next agenda item.
I must have missed something. What was the vote on that? This is Kurt.
It was 3-4. The second motion was Farmer, Sandu, and Lamson, and against was Lozano and Campion.
Okay.
All right, thank you, everybody. And next agenda item is City Manager's Office. Subject, COVID-19 update. Mr. Haglund.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Tonight's COVID-19 update follows from 2 weeks ago. In Sacramento County, they're reporting 14,602 infections. That's up approximately 4,428 in the last 2-week period. But I think it's important to note that there has been a problem with the county, or excuse me, the state's combined website or database, I should say, in having timely updates. So some of that 4,400 increase could have predated the last 2 weeks, but it is apparently up to date now. Total deaths in Sacramento County, 219. That is a 2-week increase of 167. In Galt, we're at 489, up 93 from the last 2 weeks. Again, that may include some of the delayed numbers as well. And we have 6 deaths, and that is a 2-week increase of 2. In San Joaquin County, that we have a lot of interaction with, their numbers at 15,201, a 2-week increase of a little more than 3,000. Again, some of those numbers may have been delayed due to the state backlog on entering data. Their total number of deaths countywide in San Joaquin is 280. That is a 2-week increase of 100. The city and Sacramento County continue to work on free COVID-19 testing here in Galt. It occurs every Thursday at the Parks and Recreation Department, 610 Shibuya Avenue. Testing is limited to people who are not experiencing symptoms and is conducted, again, Thursdays from 8 a.m. to noon. Appointments must be made in advance by going online to galt767.setmore.com. And more information is available on the city's Facebook page or by calling the Parks and Recreation Department. In a meeting with city managers last week, the county health officer indicated that no modifications will be made to the Sacramento County Health Order until the backlog of data that I just referred to regarding infections is entered into the statewide system, and thereby providing the county a better ability to analyze that data and make appropriate scientific determinations about what the data shows and whether or not that would lead to modifications one way or the other relative to the existing county health orders. And they were anticipating the data backlog to be completed by this week. Be happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, Mr. Haglund. Any council member have any question, any comment?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yeah.
Mr. Haglund, so I know quite a few of us have a desire to get back into council chambers, and you know, it is certainly not ideal to have our meetings on Zoom, and so is there any prediction based on your meetings with the public health officer over this last month or so? Do they have any idea of what that's going to look like, or you know, when we might be able to get back into chambers?
I think we're still probably several weeks out from the county making some determination as to that sort of thing. Remember that it was a number of weeks ago that the governor reinstituted the stay-at-home requirements for the office setting and things like that, requiring that employers telework. as much as possible, and or if they were going to have some sort of limited staff in offices and things like that, that they had to take certain precautions. We're seeing much more activity related to both, not necessarily in the city, but more broadly related to employee-related concern about coming back into a workplace like that. With meetings, so that's kind of the health order side of things. I think that that's still out just a little bit. There's a real practical side to things as well. I think it would be an illusion to believe that somehow coming back into chambers here returns us to some sort of normal operating profile in which the public can would have, you know, just unfettered access or the ability to come attend a meeting in person, because they really wouldn't. What we would have to do in order to come back, even under some measure of a relaxed health order, is we've ordered and we've designed partitions for the dais. The council couldn't sit in their normal seats, or at least two couldn't. We have to provide for partitions there, as well as partitions at the, when I say partitions, think sneeze guard at the podium and the like. So our chambers is really quite small, and at a 6 foot distance, now all of the sudden you are really limiting the number of people that can be in that chambers itself. And especially when you begin to seat or look at how many of the audience seats are taken out of play, whether that's to provide the 6 foot distance from the staff table in front, of which only a few staff members would be able to sit, and then the remainder seating in the chambers when you're figuring out your 6 foot distances and that sort of thing. So it really would severely limit the ability of the public to be able to attend a meeting within our small council chambers. And so there's that practical side. We've plotted a solution. We'll implement that solution for a point in time when we can go back in there. But I think that again, for all practical purposes, what you're going to see is a real limitation on any public attendance inside those chambers, even if you're wearing a mask. And so that may serve to limit rather than enhance public participation. The other thing we would have to, we've taken a look at is a combo between Zoom and being in the council chambers itself and trying to figure that out. But some of the limitations of hardware and sound reverberation and things like that are also solutions that we haven't plotted solutions for that problem in and of itself. And so we've tried to think broadly about how to get our arms around how we would deal with all of that. But I think that it's the measure of public participation for quite a while is going to be by way of platforms like this, platforms like the PubCom, that sort of thing. And I'm not certain that our getting back into our small chambers, which gets smaller by the time you implement the appropriate social distancing, is practical at this point.
I have two other points, and as you know, Tom, and my colleagues and a lot of the community know, I try to keep every option open as long as possible, just to not limit ourselves. And what would be the drawback, or would there be one, or what's the possibility of utilizing one of our other facilities to have a public meeting? And I'm thinking Chabola, Littleton, something like that, or maybe even asking, the school district to use the gym. And I want to preface that question with this. You know, my question about getting back into the chambers, I probably should have clarified. It really isn't about me or us as the council being back in the chambers. My question was more geared toward getting the public back to more of a in-person setting than we have been experiencing the last several months. And my last board that I served on, we met for almost 4 years in a pavilion, which was very similar to the Littleton Center. And it worked just fine, but it was still a place that public could come. So that's my first question. And then I just, one last thing on this COVID, and this is probably along the lines of economic development. We need to, if at all possible, and I make this plea again, we need to do whatever we can for our local businesses. You know, name the business and they're struggling with this issue of COVID. And I know that, you know, the health order comes out and the governor makes his demand, I'm sorry, not demand, but, you know, gives his input and sends his orders down. But the bottom line is, you know, I go to many of our local businesses as often as I can, and it is absolutely sad to see some of these hair salons and restaurants and things like that working at about quarter capacity. You know, they're bringing in about 25% of their business just based on my observation. And so I know there's some other jurisdictions that have, you know, a few bucks laying around and are doing some grant programs to help out. And so I would just implore staff to continue to look outside of just the city coffers, but whatever benefits are out there so we can get some of our small businesses and family-owned businesses back. Hey, listen, some of these franchises, they you know, Starbucks, and I'm just going to throw it out there, they're not really worried about it. And, you know, because there's a Starbucks somewhere making a lot more money than the Starbucks in Galt. And they'll just, you know, and I may be a little out of line there, but the bottom line is our local businesses are suffering. I think whatever we can do, we should be doing in that arena. So I'll stop with that. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll take the first one first, or the second one first, and indicate that Amy can give you a little bit of an update. We're planning to provide that update to council tonight on a program we want to launch in support of local businesses. And so I'll let her talk a little bit about that. Obviously, you know, we don't have a few bucks laying around, unfortunately, you know, given our budget situation, the impact of COVID-19 on the market, our own, you know, entrepreneurial enterprise itself and the like. And so that's frustrating, but we do have the ability to help try to promote local businesses and participation in local business. So let me tease you with that a little bit and allow Amy to rightfully be the one to give you a little bit of information about that in a few minutes. Your first question about what about Littleton? What about Sheboygan? We have looked at that as well. And it clearly would provide the opportunity for a little bit more flexibility, both in setup and in participation and that sort of thing. The problem we run into, though, you asked what are the limitations in doing that. The limitation is we wouldn't be able to broadcast our meetings like we do right now through SAC Metro Cable. We've talked to SAC Metro Cable about that. They don't have the equipment to be able to, the mobilized equipment to be able to do that sort of thing. They're trying to obtain some of that so that they could have a greater flexibility, both during this pandemic and otherwise, to be able to do that. But the city has long relied on the broadcast, the internet broadcast of our meeting. We're doing that tonight. And we do that from our chambers because we figured out how to, obviously broadcast this image onto the wall and with all the sound, and now SAC Metro cable, that all that stuff is hardwired here at City Hall. It doesn't have the ability to be trotted over to unfortunately, any of our other facilities. But we have been communicating with SAC Metro Cable on that. They know of our interest, and they're working on it.
Can I add something, Tom?
Sure.
Also, the county has provided us a calculator for how many people can be in a room, depending on the square footage. We just opened up the cooling centers, and for example, the Cibola Center can only accommodate 30 people per their calculator. You're not going to get a lot of people in one of those rooms. A typical council meeting is about 15 members of staff, so that would only leave available 15 members or 15 spots for the citizens. So just to give you some perspective of how many people are allowed in a big center like the Cibola Center.
Thank you for that, Armando. I appreciate it. And it sounds like there's other issues in terms of broadcasting, and we certainly wouldn't want to take that ability away from the public either, because I think a lot of people have enjoyed the fact that they can get online and watch a meeting. But if it were just a matter of people in a room, we could rotate people. I mean, there's a lot of things I think we could do to rotate people in, and when they had public comment, have them come in. But I think the one of the larger issues is access and transparency through access to the meetings. And so anyhow, I appreciate what you guys have done through this, Mr. Haglund, and the rest of staff, really understanding that that's important for the council, at least to get in and get back into a public forum, more public forum. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member, any other question on this agenda item? Mr. Haglund, I have a quick question. There is some a county like in Placerville, they did lifted some restriction, or I just heard, maybe wrong.
Well, I don't know. I haven't heard that Placerville did some time ago, and they were threatened with loss of their some of their funding, and so I think they pulled back on what they were doing. Plus, they had a fairly significant spike in COVID-19 in that county, but I haven't heard anything recently. I'm referring to stuff that's a few months old at this point.
I did heard something today, but it maybe.
I'll check it out and see what we can find.
Thank you. Thank you. Next agenda item, communication. Ina, any communication?
No, thank you.
City clerk's report.
Nothing.
Next agenda item, comments by staff. I would like to ask Mr. Haglund, his staff, if any comment you want to make it. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And I know the hour is late, and I'll try to be quick, but I do have a few comments of my own. And first of all, I want to thank the council and for providing me the opportunity to serve as your interim city manager for 6 months. I showed up for a 6 month deal, and 18 months later, I blinked and something had happened, but I've learned my lesson. I may not be a quick study, but I do pick up on things from time to time. I appreciate your kind words, the kindness you extended to me earlier this evening, the proclamation that you adopted, and I've have learned from each and every one of you as a council, and that is something that a city manager, I think, always has to do. You deal with different individuals, different passions, different personalities. And so I have appreciated all that you've brought to the table, but I do want to acknowledge that behind every city manager is a staff, because the city manager cannot do it alone. It's completely impossible. And so I have a few words that I'd like to say to each of the department heads, the executive team that I've worked with for the last 18 months. And I want to start off with Chris Arias, who also is leaving at the end of this month. We like to give Chris a hard time, but in fact, we recently changed his nickname from Chainsaw to Manteca, and so we refer to him as Manteca now. But the fact is that as much as we like to give him a hard time, we appreciate him because he is an individual amongst the staff that stands for doing the right thing. He displays integrity. You're principled, you're steadfast in what you do, Chris, and I have appreciated working with you in that regard. I wish you the best in your new position in Manteca, well deserved, and I'm certain that you'll enjoy many 11 o'clock nights as you move just a little bit further south. So, Chris, thank you for everything that you have done to help me. Todd, Chief Sockman, Todd, you're a good and able chief. You're good natured. You're practical. You're pragmatic. It's obvious in what you do that you're always looking out for the best interests of the city, certainly the best interests of the department. And, one thing that has struck me about you is that you're a team player. And we both know that you could be the chief just about anywhere. And frankly, I'm glad that you're in Galt, and I hope that you stay here for a long time. Mike Selling. Mike and I arrived not too far apart. And the one thing I'll say about you, Mike, is that you are not your average public works director. And in fact, you're significantly above average. How's that? You're a quick study. You know your operation. You knew your operation here in Galt very, very quickly. But what strikes me about you is that you just quietly get the job done. You're not afraid to ask questions, and you're certainly not afraid to add items to the executive team agenda each week. But we appreciate that, and we appreciate you. I have certainly appreciated you, because every time I turn to you with a new thing, a new request to talk to the railroad, a new request to talk to some other entity, you're on your toes. You keep us on your toes, and you're getting the right answers. So, Michael, thank you. Claire tonight is on a well-deserved vacation. She's been in production mode for the last 18 months that I've known her, putting out 2 budgets and reworking one of them substantially, and then working together on a new 2-year budget. She had to deal with the ransomware issue, which really cramped our style. She oversees IT. She's put out a CAFR. And all of that while trying to manage the daily operation of managing the finance department. So while she's on vacation and not with us tonight, I do want to clearly express my thanks to Claire for everything she's done. Stephanie Van Stein is our Human Resource Director, Risk Manager. And Stephanie, what a find you were. You came to us from the city of Stockton. I prefer to think that we saved you, but nonetheless, you hit the ground running, and you've never looked back. You took on risk management, and you have done a marvelous job, both on our workers' compensation side, which was not new to you, but certainly on our liability side, which was probably a little more new to you. You just took the bull by the horns, and you're doing well as an HR director. You are doing a fantastic job, and I hope you stay a long time in this city as well. Amy, you'll have your minute or your time in just a minute to talk to council, but I find you ever the optimist. You're gifted at communicating. And you will certainly help continue to bring new business, new industry into this city in a safe and secure manner for the city's budget. And I think that is going to be one of the long-term benefits of having you as our economic development manager. And now you're really kind of the voice of the city because you took on additional PIO duties, and you're doing that very, very well. You're gifted at both communicating the city's position as well as creating that sense of public trust in what we do on a daily basis. And I know that it's not easy. I have every confidence that you'll continue to do a fantastic job. Tina, you have helped me immensely, and I appreciate that. You've kept me on time. You've kept me on task. You have provided me the materials I need when I need them. You, in your role as city clerk and as assistant city clerk, demonstrate a friendly and helpful demeanor. And I want you to know that that is noticed. And that type of friendliness, the helpfulness helps to build public trust over the long term. And so I just want you to know, I think you're doing a great job, both as city clerk, both as my right hand, and I appreciate that. I know you're doing a good job as city clerk because I know what good city clerks are like. And so thank you very much. Kimberly, oh, Kimberly, ever the voice of reason, ever always tempering my temper, and but always doing her best to represent the city, the city's position, making sure that we come out better off than we were, especially in the legal sense. I enjoy your wit and humor. I'm going to miss debating all the various legal issues with you that we have debated over these last 18 months. But you're doing a fantastic job, and you are a very able legal representative for the city, and I've really enjoyed working with you. So that brings me, I think, to Armando, and it's, Armando and I have known each other for a very long time, my friend. And as much as life has changed for both of us, many things remain the same. We have seen a lot of ups and downs in our lives, but we have always managed to come out swinging, and, never saying, never giving up. We've been in a few Donnybrooks together, and yet I am, learned through those issues that you were always there to support me, the city, what the council wants, and things like that. I want you to know that I haven't met you nearly 30 years ago for the first time and worked closely together, that I'm very proud of what you have accomplished over your time with the city of Galt. And I want you to know that I have faith and confidence that you will always do the right things. You always seem to have plotting that solution for an issue that we encounter. And so I've enjoyed getting reacquainted with you professionally over this last year and a half. And I know you love your city. Carry on. And then I guess finally, Rose, I want to thank you for everything that you have done to support me as well in the administrative office. I appreciate the smile on your face, the can-do attitude. I appreciate the fact that you're willing to come in and do what you do every other Tuesday, or every first and third Tuesday here for the council to help ensure that we can communicate with the public. So with that, I really wanted, by way of talking about each of the important people that stood behind me as we moved through this this last 18 months, I wanted the council to understand that it takes more than just a city manager. There are a lot of people, and just about anyone can sit in this seat. But it's the staff behind that person that really generates the good work on the part of the city. So with that, hopefully I did not forget anybody, but I'll go around and ask for updates. And let me start with Amy, who has a little bit of news relative to Vice Mayor Lozano's question.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me okay? So as Tom mentioned, we're completely aware of the fact that our businesses are struggling, and it's been something I think that we all taken awareness of and trying to sort of brainstorm what we can do to try to help them moving forward. And Tom had brought up a couple of days ago some of the discussions he's had with the county in regards to timelines for COVID and some of the guidelines easing up. And as it relates specifically to our restaurants, drinking establishments, our wineries, our coffee shops, indoor dining specifically, these restaurants are really taking a hit. And so what we've talked about internally is looking at a way that we can launch a campaign to bring awareness to that, to make sure that our residents know that our restaurants and these other establishments really depend on them right now, whether it's takeout, outdoor dining, DoorDash, utilizing some of the other delivery services to really engage our restaurants. I've talked to a couple of them recently, and they're struggling. It is really upsetting to see. And the city doesn't have, the financial wherewithal to provide, financing to them, obviously, but we have been looking at other avenues and things that we can do, grants, foundations that we can turn to maybe assist, rental agreements that we can maybe work with some of our landlords on to try and help some of these restaurants. And so the campaign that we're looking at is really sort of focused on eating, drinking, and supporting local businesses. And I've been working with Express Type and Graphics. We put together a really cool logo, sort of highlighting that and wanting to push that out to our residents and our community members. And so it's, I actually just sent an email a little while ago to the chamber asking them for assistance and to work with us on it. So putting it really on the forefront of our webpage, social media, pushing out with press releases and printing stickers, vinyl, decals for individual restaurants and drinking establishments to kind of highlight the importance of working together to really help our restaurants moving through this, because I don't know what the end looks like and when this is ultimately going to be over, when people can take advantage of indoor dining again. And right now it's hot. I mean, it's nice that we put this outdoor dining permit in place, but really nobody wants to eat outside when it's 111 degrees outside. And so this is something I think that we can really try to bring to the forefront to our residents and our community, the importance of patronizing these restaurants and these other businesses, shopping local, looking at what shopping local does, eating local, the sales tax that goes along with it and generating for the city and the benefit of that, but really keeping these businesses afloat right now. And so there's quite a few different things that we're looking at trying to promote this, but it's really in the infancy stage. It's something I came up with last week. I've hoping to engage with the chamber on. And so looking for financial avenues as well to support these businesses. CDBG, we were hoping to utilize funds for outdoor dining purposes, but we've hit kind of a stumbling block with that. So we're looking at other ways that we can support with CDBG funds. Other cities have been utilizing CARES Act funding. Unfortunately, we didn't get a huge amount of CARES Act funding because the city is relatively small. And so that I don't think we're going to be able to utilize. But, you know, we do have a little bit of money that we can help to kind of promote a campaign on shopping local and utilizing our local businesses and really driving home the importance, because you know, some of these businesses may not survive. And it's, I think, important to make our residents, if they're eating out, really to take advantage of our local restaurants and drinking establishments, because these guys are going to continue to struggle until these guidelines are lifted. And hair salons, nail salons, you know, trying to pivot to help them as well. So stay tuned. There's more coming to it, but Express Type and Graphics has been wonderful. They've put together some really great logos, and I think that we can start pushing this message out and kind of help promote some of our local businesses. So that's where we're at right now.
Thank you for that, Amy. I appreciate it. I appreciate the work that you're doing to help our local economy and certainly our local businesses. And my main concern is, as I mentioned earlier, and I didn't mean to really throw the national or international coffee chain under the bus. The reality is that my bigger concern is we will come out of this COVID-19. There's going to be a time when we may not be back to where we were exactly in terms of access to whatever we were doing before, but it's certainly going to be a time, there's certainly going to be a time where we're going to need our local businesses. And, you know, I know many of my colleagues have talked about this before, but sometimes there's no turning back. There's no recovery, especially if you don't have the support financially of a large corporation. And that's my concern is look around Galt. Yes, we do have national chains and international chains, but you know, that's a piece of it. The other half or more, I should say, are those other businesses that we need to do whatever we can to help survive. And so I don't want to beat the dead horse. I appreciate it. Let us know whatever we can do to help get the word out as well. I know most everybody on this call right now or on the screen right now has access to residents, and you know we'll help get the word out and really do what we can to help folks along.
Once we get the campaign fine-tuned and the messaging put together, I definitely will make sure that I engage council, because I think that you guys have access to a lot of folks that, you know, Councilmember Farmer mentioned earlier that not everybody's on Facebook, not everybody's looking at our website. So ways that we can push the messaging out, I think, in a different means is really important. So I will keep you posted. I'm going to try and work with the chamber. I think that they'll provide a lot of access to community members and residents that we would ultimately have access to. So we'll push that forward, and you know, stay tuned. There will be more to come.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And again, I know it's late and I don't want to keep beating that horse, but let's look at, I mean, not telling you how to do your job, but let's look at the other government agencies around and see if we can get them involved, whether it's a school district or either one of the school districts, or you know, the CSD gets the fire department involved. Maybe they'll throw a sticker on a fire, you know, fire engine and an ambulance. I don't know.
Sure.
I would just throw it. Whatever.
No, I mean, Galt is a, you know, it's more of a bedroom community, so it's hard to communicate with a lot of the residents who are, you know, commuting out of town every day. So whatever avenue we can take, you know, we're willing to. So I appreciate the feedback.
Thanks.
And then I would like to say thank you to Tom for the kind words. I do appreciate that. You have definitely been a mentor. This has been a year of interesting turning points for you between the ransomware attack and COVID and budget and a lifetime of pivoting in the last 18 months, but you've done an amazing job, and we really appreciate the leadership that you've brought forward, because I'm not sure what we would have done without you in place when all of these things started to kind of cave in. So thank you. And we look forward to you now being a resident and coming to our council meetings to voice your opinion on the items that we bring forward moving into the future. I'd also like to say thank you to Chris. I have worked in economic development for 18 years and never worked with a community development director who has been as supportive of economic development as Chris has been. He is a great communicator. He works amazingly with developers, with residents, and he cares deeply about the community, and that's evident. And I am going to miss him terribly. I have sent him dozens of text messages with locations about where I live, so he can make sure that he calms the traffic behind my house in Manteca and keeps development from happening in my backyard.
Section 8 housing.
Thank you. That's it.
Mike Selling, you have any update?
No real updates for the department, but yeah, just to echo what Amy said, you know, Tom, gosh, yeah, I mean, you were a godsend for sure to the city, and I've learned a lot from you. I mean, your experience, I guess, just kind of watching you in action. I mean, yeah, I've kind of been starstruck a little bit, I guess I'll say. I've just really enjoyed working with you. You're just, you know, about as even keel, stalwart as they come, and unflappable, and just, you know, so articulate. You're such a brilliant strategist too, kind of behind the scenes that people may not see, but yeah, it's just been a real pleasure to get to work with you. So thank you for serving the city and for being such a great leader through all these trials that have been noted. So, and then Chris, you know, gosh, you know, working upstairs from you these past about 18 months or so. Yeah, you know, on the community development side, you know, between planning and public works, I mean, from my experience, you know, before at the county, and, you know, we tend to be a little bit at odds at times, because you guys are the planners and dreamers, you know, to want to put things into place, and then we have to kind of find a way to make it work, and that can be challenging at times. So, but you've been fantastic to work with, and I'll definitely be missing you. So, and probably give you a call from time to time to get some Galt history, since you're the long-term institutional knowledge. So. All the best on your new position in Manteca, and hopefully we'll see you stop by from time to time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. Thank you. Tina, anything?
Just to say thank you for all the kind words, and I get emotional, so I'm just going to say it was great working with you, Tom and Chris. You'll truly be missed.
Thank you. Chris Arias, anything from community development?
Well, no department updates, but I do, look, I'll try to be brief. I know it's running late, but I do want to mention, Tom indicated that they like to give me a hard time, and I am really going to hear it tomorrow based on the length of this meeting. So yeah. I am prepared. You know, if we were meeting live, I would come with some food, but seeing it's Zoom, I'll have to, you know, just say sorry. But I do want to say, I want to thank the council. I want to thank them for their deliberation tonight and their deliberation on other projects. I do not take these projects personal. You know, you pay me to make professional recommendations. That's what we do. And I want to appreciate the time and effort that you put into the decision. So I thank you. I think, you know, Galt is in good hands. I really think you guys have the best interest of Galt and the long term at heart. And I know Galt is going in the right direction with that. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to serve as the city's community development director. is a role that I cherished. I really appreciated being here. I always loved coming in every day and had a ton of fun. And part of that was because of the city manager, who's been outstanding. I'm not going to say too much more than, but I just, just reiterate everything everybody else said about Tom. I mean, he's just absolutely great to work for. Couldn't think of a better guy to be in the position based on what we had to go through. I mean, just unbelievable. And I do appreciate the friendly banter back and forth. So, Tom, you're outstanding. The department heads, we'll talk more tomorrow, but I would say part of what makes Galt great is what Tom indicated, is the department heads and the staff that we have here. And the staff are just outstanding, including mine. We have great staff in the development department, and I know you're going to be in good hands because of them. Look, I'm not thinking you guys are going to miss me that great, but it's because of staff that is going to make it go really quickly. And you have a good interim replacement coming in, and Galt is in good hands based on the leadership and the staff that you have. And I will miss everybody. And I too will get emotional, so I got to stop.
Thank you, Chris. Stephanie Van Stein, any update?
Yes, well, first off, Tom, I want to thank you for the nice words that you said. And congratulations on the proclamation that you received this evening from council. That was very nice. And you really have been such a great mentor and leader as our interim city manager. And we will definitely all be missing you, but good luck in your, third retirement, it looks like. And Chris, we're going to miss you as well. And just from day one, since I started with the city, you've been very welcoming and really easy to work with. So I really appreciate that. And I just know you'll do great in Manteca. So thank you. Good luck to you both.
Thanks, Stephanie. Armando, anything from Parks and Rec?
I actually had quite a few things, but I can't, with Chris's item taking all the night. I'll make it short. Want to thank Laheim, Gail Weber and Laheim for making these neck coolers for our staff at Parks and Recreation. I don't know if you can see their logo, probably not. They provided us with 35 coolers for our staff, so thank you. I'll leave the other things for next council meeting, but Chris, I want to let you know that I'm going to miss you. And I already have A+ tree on retainer. But thank you. It was a pleasure working with you over these 15 years. And then Tom, thank you for the kind words. I'm sure your wife made you say them, but I appreciate them anyways. And from 103 to 604, I've told people that you were the right man at the right time to fill this position. And thank you. And I'm glad I was able to work with you towards the end of my career now too.
Thanks. Chief Sockman, anything from PD?
Quickly from the department, the cooling center has been open since Friday. And I just want to thank Armando for the Trebola Center, Public Works for keeping the air conditioner running there, and TJ Gadati for being out there every day since Friday for those that need a cooling center. A couple things. Chris, I'll keep it quick. You're my friend. I don't say that lightly, so I'm going to miss you. And then Tom, I was told by most of the council before you got here, before I met you, that you asked for a strong leader. Well, you got it. I appreciate you allowing us to run our departments and giving us the guidance and leadership that you do to keep us moving all in the right direction as a team. I don't think that that's not an easy task, because we all have our strong personalities, and you did an amazing job of keeping us all going in the right direction during all this these issues and tragedies and pandemics and everything else. So you are a great leader. You are going to have to do something to occupy all that energy that you have. So I agree with a couple of comments that you'll probably be unretired once again. So thank you for your friendship. Thank you for your leadership, and you're going to be missed.
Appreciate that, Chief. And Rose, I don't want to leave you out. So do you have any anything that you want to update either the council on or?
Just want to tell you, thank you again for your kind words. You are going to be very much missed in this department as well.
I think that covers all the staff, Mr. Mayor. So we'll
I think, Mr. City Manager, I may have been skipped.
lawyer. Dang.
Point
Sorry,
of order.
Yeah, really.
But no, I wouldn't have bothered, except I really did want to thank you both. You and Chris have been great to work with. I've really enjoyed debating, collaborating, problem solving. We've had a lot of challenges and various things come up this year, and it's been really great. You both are such professionals and so good at what you do. And so it has been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think now that I hit everybody, so.
Thank you, Mr. Haglin. Now the comments by the council member. Vice Mayor Lozano.
Yeah, just real briefly, thank you to Tom and Chris. I've already publicly acknowledged your work here in the city. Appreciate all your efforts, especially Tom coming in and helping us get many things squared away in a time of need, including our budget, in which we had to make some tough decisions, and I think your counsel and guidance has got us where we are today. And so I hope to move that forward so that we can, remain solvent and do what we can to bring some stuff back to our citizens at some point. So thank you all. And I just want to thank all the staff and community for their input, not only tonight, but in every meeting that we have. And really appreciate the interest and the ability for folks to get on and send in comments and stuff. It's greatly appreciated. It doesn't always come across that way, but it is. And keep doing what you're doing. And again, staff, thank you all for everything you do. And I'll leave it with that.
Thank you. Council Member Lamson.
Man, it's late, sorry. Chris, I can't believe this is your last meeting. If there was a party, I don't know if we can have a party. Sure would be nice to have a party for you too. So Chris, you've been so fun to work with, and thank you for taking the patience to explain things to me as I learn master plan and how city works and red tape and red tape and red tape. You're a very patient man, and Manteca is very lucky to be getting you. And Tom, I've already talked about, thank you for saving our city, and appreciate everything you stepped in with the COVID, the cyber hack or attack. Sorry, it wasn't a hack, the cyber attack, the budget crisis, the COVID budget crisis. It's just been amazing thing after thing. So we appreciate you, and think you're leaving the city. When Tom came on, the one thing when I was talking to him, he said, I don't want to be just do nothing and everything status quo. He goes, I want the things with the city to keep moving forward because he cares about the city so much. So, and I think we did a lot in the 18 months. So thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Farmer.
Yeah, thanks. First, I just want to say, don't feel bad, Kimberly. People always forget the attorney until you need one. So I want to thank Rich a little bit real quick, Vice Mayor Lozano, for your comments earlier about the businesses. It's all true, and tying to what the program that Amy's working on. Thank you very much. I'm sure we'll be talking about that more soon and see how we can help. But I just want to say thanks, Rich, for acknowledging those businesses. Yeah, this heat wave has just been like, to move to outdoor dining for the few restaurants that's all they have. And then this heat wave comes in, it's just like crippling. And it's just really hard. So appreciate that. And Tom, we already said, when I just echo what everybody's saying, I was a big fan of getting you in here and taking over. And what you don't know is that the COVID and the ransom and all that was all just, we devised all that just to test you. So it was all just a test. So, but sincerely, thank you. And I'm sure we'll see you around town and you can come to public comment and give us a hard time or something if you want. Now that you're going to be a civilian, you don't have to work for us. You can come and tell us what you think. So, and Chris, sorry to leave you on a kind of a downer night for you, buddy, but that you and I, we've always got along really well, and I think we've shared I guess I call it a mutual passion for the history of Galt, and I'm sure you're going to bring that to Manteca as well, and I think they're gonna be a great home for you, and I wish you well. I'm not often in Manteca, but if I'm ever down there, I'll swing by and check out your new digs.
You got a lunch if you come by.
All right. I promise I won't vote no on anything when I come by for lunch. I'll make you a deal. But sincerely, I wish you luck, and I'm sure you're going to be a great asset to them. So I don't think I missed anything. Oh, one more thing. I was pretty proud to be able to go read the proclamation from the council for Louise Dowdell for her 102nd birthday. I know there was a mix-up with the schedule, I think, and I ended up being the only council member that showed up, but it was like a last-minute phone call, and everybody thought it was the next day, and it was the day before. But Supervisor Natoli was there. It was a huge turnout. We had members of PD there, which was awesome. It was a really good showing for her, and she's been such a big part of the community. I really think she enjoyed having all those people there and making it fun for her. So I just want to throw that out there. And that's all that I have for tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Campion.
Yes, I really don't have anything to share other than to reiterate what has already been said about both Chris and Tom. And I made comments earlier. The only thing I will say, Chris, is when you go to Manteca and you only have one item on the agenda, you got to keep it under 6 hours.
Right.
That's it.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
And the last, my comment will be a very brief. Is already 11:40. First of all, I would like to thank you, all the staff, all the council member, or all the communities till 11:40 they're listening. The second thing, I would like to thank you for all the staff working hard. Especially tonight, I really like to thank you. Special thank you for two people. One is Mr. Hagland, the other is Chris Reyes. Mr. Hagland, I don't have anything else. It's already explained in the proclamation how much we appreciate you the last 18 months.
And you, thank you.
And the other thing about Chris, I want to thank you for all your hard work and dedication. You have been a pleasure to work with you. You are going to be missed, I'm sure, but I'm happy for you. Best you for the best of luck in Manteca, and I believe you can enjoy it. And lastly, again, I would like to remind to the public, keep social distancing, stay safe, and it's like in late good night with everybody.
Good night.
Thank you. If anybody have no question, then I would like to adjourn that meeting. Anybody have any question? All right, that's too late, so I'm going to adjourn that meeting. Again, thank you for all this staff. Thank you, everybody that late. Thank you.
Bye, everybody.